All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for closed session. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then we welcome public comment on the item listed for closed session.
Good evening, council members. There is one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.1. The name of the case is San Francisco Baykeeper versus City of Mountain View and City of Sunnyvale, United States District Court of the Northern District of California, case number 20 CV 00824. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a speaker card to the city clerk. I am not seeing anyone queued up in person, and I see no hands virtually. So we will bring the item into closed session and be back, hopefully by 5:15 for the study session. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining our study session. The city clerk will take attendance by roll.
Did you want the closed session report to be read?
Yes. Here we go. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now at 5:17, we'll call the meeting to order. We'll move on to roll call. Thank you, clerk.
Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister? Here. Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramos?
Here.
Mayor Kamei?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 3.1, our broadband needs assessment and gap analysis. The purpose of this study session is to, 1, receive a report on the key findings from the broadband needs assessment and gap analysis, and 2, provide feedback to staff on elements of the key findings for further analysis and consideration. Assistant City Manager Arn Andrews and Intergovernmental Relations Manager Christina Gilmore will present the item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Also joining us this evening is Jim Severance, our senior broadband consultant from Trust Solutions, and we also have representatives from Public Works and IT who were instrumental in putting all this together. So we're here this evening as a culmination of what was a 23-25 council work plan item, which was explore expanding access to broadband. To start to facilitate that priority B request, in May of 23, staff came before council with a plan to put together an RFP to hire a consultant to look at what was broadly defined as assess community needs and identify gaps in city policies related to broadband infrastructure, services, and access, and present a range of options for the city to address broadband needs and gaps, which we'll be doing this evening. In February of 24, that's when, through the RFP process, we brought Trust Solutions on as the project consultant to help guide us through this process. One of the first things Trust did was they identified areas that they were going to need for them to complete their analysis, and so we started gathering data in a host of ways. Some of the data was gathered through geodata, existing public and private broadband assets to identify in the city. They analyzed the current broadband market and incumbent internet providers. They conducted a community survey, which we'll discuss a little more in a bit. And they also conducted outreach along with staff to the CBOs, nonprofits, businesses, schools, and other stakeholders in town. They also researched and identified the permitting and engineering processes and practices that we had that either engage or could impede broadband. And then they took all these elements and they put it together in what they referred to as 4 of the technical memorandum. The technical memorandum had a hyperlink in the staff report. We just felt it was going to be too large a volume of information to put it all in the packet. But those 4 technical memorandum were broken down into the asset inventory, and that was to identify and evaluate public and private assets that could be leveraged for expanding future broadband. The broadband market assessment, which reviewed existing market conditions and service gaps. And then the broadband needs assessment, which surveyed community organizations and residents about their internet experiences and how their hosted stakeholder focus groups interacted with broadband. And then the final technical memorandum was a gap analysis and SWOT matrix, which identified key issues and barriers and outlined some steps that could address deficiencies identified in these reports. All 4 of these reports culminated in what was the summary report, which was in your packet. And so let's start to walk through a little bit of the technical memorandum and some of the findings to help us understand the landscape in Mountain View. One of the first things identified was the fact that the city doesn't own fiber themselves. The city actually has a legacy contract for city communications, or what we refer to as the iNet network. That is basically the core of our fiber, and it's a product that we had free for most of its duration per some legacy state laws. That is no longer going to be occurring, so staff has already started looking for options to either keep the iNet infrastructure but on a lease arrangement, or to look at other options if we find that the lease arrangement doesn't seem feasible. One of the other things that was identified was that The city also has a limited amount of our own conduit. We actually have about 3.7 miles of conduit, mostly Shoreline and Boulevard and Grant Road, and it connects about a quarter of the city's 130 traffic-controlled intersections. One of the things that was identified in the report is, since it's already there, potentially in the future it could be repurposed as fiber, but currently that's the majority of the city infrastructure, the conduit. One of the other things was they identified over 200 facilities and anchor institutions that could potentially be leveraged for telecommunications equipment. Those institutions have all been identified in the technical memorandum, but it's a pretty good base of potential infrastructure to try and utilize. They also identified that we actually have almost 4,800 streetlights that could be used to expand 5G availability. We've already done some, but there's a potential to do more. And as I mentioned earlier, there's 92 city-managed intersections. We currently have about 21 interconnected via city traffic communication network, so there's obviously some opportunities there. Now we'll turn to the market assessment. The market assessment took a look at how the city considered well-served by the federal and California standards. So at a very high level, we meet a lot of the federal and state standards. That doesn't mean there isn't opportunity to do better, but it does mean based on those standards, we're already in pretty good shape. Here's where we start to drill down a little further though. 60% of the city has a single broadband provider, and so there is a bit of a monopoly domination in the city, which means there aren't necessarily other options for our residents. Only 42 of the serviceable addresses have fiber access. We mentioned fiber because that's the fastest conduit for internet access, and so we currently only have about 40% of our city with the fastest available internet speeds. They also identified that there's currently a range in pricing, anywhere from $10 to $225 per month, depending on the speed. And they also identified that we do have multiple fixed wireless options among the wireless carriers. There is an enterprise-level service provider in town. They're mostly centered around the Central Expressway, but they do provide that higher speed bands that larger businesses and enterprises would want access to. Turning to the needs assessment, I mentioned earlier that there was a survey conducted. It was conducted between April and June of 2024. We actually received 577 responses, so a pretty good response rate. The survey revealed that 60% of respondents use cable internet. There's only 16% that use fiber, and another 15% use legacy DSL products. Many reported actual speeds much lower than advertised. Residents on average, and you can see on the slide, paid about $75 for internet service, but you can see that there's a disparity between those who are getting slower speeds and actually paying more on a per MIPS basis versus those that are paying less on a per MIPS basis based on speed. And so you start to see the effects that are illustrative of a digital divide in the city in certain areas. Stakeholder focus groups highlighted connectivity challenges, especially for low-income families and seniors, and emphasized the need for improved broadband accessibility and digital literacy programs. All this information was gathered through a host of data sources, including the American Community Survey, the Federal Communications Commission, the Housing and Urban Development, and the California Public Utilities Commission. One of the things that was brought to bear when they started to take this data and layer it is households without internet are concentrated in the east and west boundaries of Mountain View, which aligns with HUD-designated low to moderate income census blocks. Once again, this is illustrative of a potential digital divide within our city. The city has taken several steps to encourage private investment, which was a positive from the report, implementing a joint trench policy, implementing master license agreements for small cell deployment, establishing modern standards for newer and cost-effective construction techniques, such as micro-trenching. However, the report, as you read, also shows that we could do broader utility coordination, and opportunities continue to exist in that realm. And the final report was the SWOT analysis. Most of what is pictured here are items that we spoke to. Strengths, we have a good amount of facilities that could be potentially leveraged for future deployment. We have developed some broadband-friendly policies. We do have the existing underground conduit, which could be repurposed. We do have significant amount of streetlights that could also have additional cell deployment. And we live in an area that is very innovative, and so technologies that we would want to pursue, there are providers in the area. Weaknesses, there could be more coordination among broadband utility providers. We mentioned the INET decommission, but we're currently working on that. And then the public broadband infrastructure, there just aren't a lot of opportunities there. Opportunities that were presented was we do have chances to expand broadband options. There are opportunities. We mentioned that only about 25% of our intersections are connected to the network. There's opportunities to do what was referred to as a conceptual network design, and then other smart city initiatives that would play off of all of these other opportunities. Some of the threats, I mentioned there are areas of our community that are experiencing a digital divide. And then I mentioned earlier that there is a significant cable monopoly in our town, which will be an impediment to future folks coming in unless we can leverage some of these other opportunities. So all of this was then boiled down into the findings which are in the staff report, and also provided some staff insights to the findings. The city needs a city fiber network conceptual design. Under infrastructure findings, the city has limited ability to manage its traffic network. We talked about potential opportunities there. Wireless technology can help address short-term gaps. That is an area where staff has had a couple meetings with providers that could provide that type of opportunity. Under policy findings, the city has not formalized broadband coordination across all project types. A technology enterprise fund can create a sustainable funding mechanism for broadband projects. And under digital equity findings, CACIF broadband grant funds can help close the digital divide. Public-private partnership discussions could address resource constraints. So next steps, since we're hearing this conversation for the first time tonight, would be based on council deliberations and areas of consensus. It's staff's expectation that we'll probably conduct further research and analysis on certain areas of the plan and return to council at a future date. Staff already envisions developing and issuing an RFP for the development of a city fiber network conceptual design, since a lot of the other items we've discussed would key off of that. For instance, if we were to receive grant monies tomorrow, I don't know if we actually know where we would deploy them that would make sense. And so a conceptual network design makes a lot of sense from a staff perspective. Staff will coordinate with the city's state legislative advocate to identify state funding opportunities, including the BEAD opportunity, which is going to open, I believe, the middle of March. And then in the event that we do receive funds, we can work with the FASD team to establish a technology enterprise fund if in fact it looks like we would be getting grant funding. And so since this is the first time for council to deliberate this item, we've left it pretty open. We're here to take notes, answer questions, but are there any policy issues or priorities identified in the findings that council would like staff to further analyze and develop? And with that, we're available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Since this is a study session, we'll start first with public input. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. We have one speaker, so we'll make it 3 minutes. Alex Brown.
3 whole minutes. Hey, long time coming, very excited. I would like fiber to the home. I want fiber. I don't want just additional cell networks. I want municipal fiber ideally, because I think that we as a city have the power to operate our own infrastructure for the benefit of the people. And I don't think that it's a good practice to just sell the residents of Mountain View to a corporation if we can help it. And I think we can. I think that we're going to have dark fiber that is available for us to utilize in the INET. I think that we have conduits that we could do for our own things. I think that we have very smart people in city staff that have the power to do all of this. And I think that it would be better practice as a city to do that, to take control and not just say, hey, someone else, do you want to take advantage of our residents? But no, I want fiber to the home. I want something better than cable or DSL. And also, I know a lot of my neighbors who don't even have access to that, who are stuck using satellite internet, and it's 2025. It's not. We don't have to go through mountains. We don't have to like, trench, several miles from the nearest conduit. Come on, we could do it. John, we could do it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes in public comment, so we'll move on to virtual. Our first virtual speaker is Devin Conley.
Good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, and honorable council members. My name is Devin Conley. I'm the Vice President and co-founder of the Digital Equity Coalition here in Santa Clara County. We were founded in 2020, and we've been working on both short-term solutions to close the digital divide, like access to hotspots and devices, as well as long-term broadband infrastructure for the last 5 years. I'm also an 18-year resident of Mountain View. I don't know if I mentioned that or not, but I was thrilled to see that this study session is being carried out, and there may be some action taken on closing the digital divide here in Mountain View. The report that was created by Entrust Solutions is very well done. And I think even I, having followed broadband so closely for years, was frankly shocked by the digital segregation that we have within our city. I'd like to draw your attention not just to the 2 areas that Entrust identified where there's a very low adoption rate for internet access and there's only a cable monopoly that overlaps with mostly low-income residents. But one of those areas is where we're planning, at least according to the EPC recent conversations, to dramatically increase the R3 zoning in that area. So these are high density locations with R3 zoning already, and then it's going to be upzoned even more, which makes it all the more important that we are meeting the broadband equity needs of the community as we continue to grow. The Digital Equity Coalition sent in a letter to you all yesterday. I just want to reiterate the 3 action steps that we're hoping you will take tonight. It sounds like staff is already working on an RFP for a city fiber network conceptual design. I would ask that that be done quickly. It shouldn't take 9 months to get an RFP out. The funding for these types of projects is being released soon, and so it's really important to get on top of the game. Another piece is to formally coordinate broadband infrastructure planning across all projects within the city. The opportunity cost of not doing so is much higher than the sunk cost of actually getting it set up. And then finally, developing a funding strategy, which staff is also looking at. There's an opportunity to coordinate with not just state level programs, but Santa Clara County is looking at broadband as well as Los Altos Hills. So thank you for taking this up.
I don't know if she'll still be there, but we can try. Okay. Devin, can you hear us? She'd need to be unmuted.
Yes, I can hear you. I just saw the timer went red.
Councilmember McAllister has a question for you.
Oh, yes.
Well, thank you for calling in. I want you to put on your school board hat, since that you're you're a school board member. And could you relate how the lack of broadband affected your students during COVID?
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is why I helped co-found the Digital Equity Coalition, right? Is our students, if they didn't have internet access, they didn't have a seat in the classroom. And what we saw immediately with COVID was our low-income students and low-income families were having to choose between paying for food and paying for internet access. So I know specific families that were going to get food through different, like CSA and Reach Potential were providing pantries, and they were having to get their food there, and they were paying $150 a month for internet access to be able to have all their kids online.
Apologies, Devin. City Attorney Lowe would like to speak. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we just need to, public speakers have a limited amount of time to speak, and so we can't provide more time to one than other. So if she could just wrap up her response, I don't want to completely cut her off, but if she could wrap up her response.
Great, thank you. And
Sure,
my
thank you,
understanding
Attorney
too
Mel.
is that Ms. Conley submitted a letter to council as well that had additional detail. Did you have
The
more?
letter doesn't, oh, I'm sorry. The letter doesn't contain anything about the school district because it was in a different capacity. The school district has students with high needs. I'll just leave it there, but I'm happy to answer questions offline for people after this meeting if needed.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Frank McConnell.
Hi there. My name's Frank McConnell. I'm a resident in Shoreline West, in one of those areas that the only credible broadband provider is the incumbent cable company. I'm using I'm on one of those legacy DSL connections for reasons. My ISP says that they have tried to install fiber in Mountain View and have found themselves blocked by city staff who won't permit them to erect safety poles. So when I read in the market assessment that what is needed is a market disruptor, I think you had one knocking on your door and told them to go away. Thank you for hearing me out. If you have questions, feel free to ask. That's that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So we will, that concludes our virtual speakers. So we'll bring it back to council. Does any member of the council have any questions? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, thank you very much for this report. I'd like to follow up with a couple of the questions that were put forward. I put in a question about the Dig First policy, and somebody else put in another question related to that. And I know we have a policy to coordinate for work that we're doing, like sewer work, water pipes, that kind of thing. So we want to, we don't want to resurface a road and then the next season come in and dig it up to put in a sewer pipe. That's generally how I get it. But I'm wondering how, and you can tell me whether that's correct or not. But anyway, generally, I'm wondering how this can be coordinated with the need to have a dig first, policy that also includes fiber and the conduit that we need. And have you found out whether these two things are compatible or not? And just kind of what's the story?
Thank you. And this is where we have the advantage of a big team. I'm going to defer this question to our Public Works folks.
Good evening. Made the long walk to the front. Jennifer Ng, Public Works Director. I think this is the first time I'm standing at this lectern. So as we noted in staff responses to council questions, we do have a dig once policy for all of pipeline type projects. That's basically wet utilities. We do coordination on paving projects where we send out letters to a bunch of stakeholders before we are paving a project to make sure that, any conflicting projects that those stakeholders might have, we get those projects in advance of paving the roadways, and we do encourage telecom projects as they come in and are permitted through excavation permits to coordinate with other telecom companies so that hopefully they all band together as much as possible, as much as their planning allows them to, and can share jointly a trench. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I guess what I was assuming that we could use the same trench, but I wasn't positive about that. So that's part of my question too. We can use the same trench. It's just that the different pipelines are at different depths, right?
Are you mixing wet utilities and dry utilities?
I don't. That's my question is: can you mix those, or wouldn't you have one for wet and one for dry?
It's typically one for wet and one for dry.
Okay.
What I've seen is at least a 12-inch horizontal separation between wet and dry. So, you know, if normally we're doing a 3-foot wide trench to put in a water line and we need to have another 12 inches of horizontal offset because we're going to be putting in a telecom line, it just makes a trench that much bigger.
So it could easily be done as a single operation to produce the 2 trenches side by side.
If coordinated properly, we could, it is possible.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it is. Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Councilmember Hicks.
So my first question, I think, may be for Councilmember McAllister, not staff. Thank you. And that is how does what we're looking at today, how does it differ from item 6, which is expand access to broadband citywide? Is it essentially this, maybe I'll just leave it at that.
Can we just hold on one moment?
Okay. May I ask that now, or can I?
I'm looking to the city manager and the city attorney. Just 1 second, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Yeah, we should just address that in the work plan item.
Okay, I take my question back.
And I'll just say from a staff perspective, we're here because this was identified as a priority B item, and we want to be responsive to the items on the current work plan.
Okay, so now you have warning. I will be asking that question later in the evening, Councilmember McAllister. You can't answer now. Okay, so a second question is, what are other cities doing in this area? Do you know?
I'll get us started, and then I'll probably defer to Christine and a few others. So our IT director, like a lot of us, are part of peer groups, and so our IT director has a pretty good understanding of what's being done in other communities. San Jose was kind of at the forefront of this. They actually had a single individual that became the cell czar in San Jose, a gentleman by the name of Kip Harkness. And so San Jose really led the effort as a larger city with a very diverse socioeconomic. They also had access to a lot of federal and state money at the time. So they were well positioned in 2020 when COVID hit because they had already been making inroads. In the area, the most recent action I've heard of, Los Altos, where they're actually putting in municipal fiber in the hillsides because their residents, I guess, made that a priority for that council. Most of us are probably in a similar situation, our other peer groups, to where we are, where, we have to have some we have to have some dark net for our own internal purposes. It's either leased or owned, and then we probably, like us, they have a host of providers that have come in, either legacy providers or cell providers who then help populate other parts of the town. If any of the team would like to expand on that, please go ahead. Or Jim, are you familiar with peers in the area?
Yes, thank you. And I would just say that...
Do you mind introducing yourself for the public?
I'm Jim
Thank you.
Severance, and I'm a consultant with Entrust who did the study. And I would just say that the other cities that I'm familiar with that I've been working with, they all started with a study like this, actually, and working on a conceptual design and based on that. And then they were able to get funding for fiber that they were actually able to put into the ground and develop these private partnerships to both use that fiber for their own use and for providing an alternative to the provider incumbents. And so I would just say that what they're doing, what I've seen in the projects that I've been working on, is kind of similar, that this is the first step that they've been taking in order to try to provide an infrastructure that can be used to improve broadband.
Don't sit down. I have follow-up questions.
Okay.
So the two that you cited, those are interesting, but they're kind of a very large city, and they're two kind of very different than us, which, kind of wealthy and doesn't have, Los Altos Hills, and largely residential. So I'm wondering, are you working with any cities roughly our size and type?
I am not sure. I'm working with St. Louis Obispo right now, with Fremont, and with Las Virgenes, Malibu Council of Governments. All are putting in fiber right now. And so those are the ones that I'm familiar with. And our firm has much more experience in California that I'm not mentioning right here, but those are the ones that I'm familiar with.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Those are, I mean, Fremont is maybe more equivalent to Mountain View.
And I can add one more data point. And Director Ng, congratulations on your first trip to the dais. You might be doing it again. But I know that our director also has some familiarity with different approaches in Sunnyvale. You know, in our work groups, as we talk about this project, before we brought it forward, I think she'll also have a new perspective on some things from a neighboring community that she might bring to Mountain View.
So are you saying she should answer the question as well in terms of what Sunnyvale is doing similar to this?
I think if you were to ask her, she would.
Okay. Okay. Consider yourself asked.
Hello again. Do I need to reintroduce myself? Okay, thanks. So in the neighboring city of Sunnyvale, they do have a fiber master plan for connecting all of their traffic signals as well as all of the facilities within Sunnyvale. That document drives some of the decision making. So for example, if a big run needed to be made along Matilda Avenue, which is a big north-south connector in Sunnyvale, say a Crown Castle or a telecom provider came in and tried to get an encroachment permit for running conduit and pull boxes and fiber along that big run, and when I was in Sunnyvale. At that time, if staff saw that that was in the same alignment as some of the things that the staff was trying to achieve, but maybe didn't have that infrastructure there, they would start leveraging some conversations with the telecom provider. Hey, you know, most of the cost in construction of putting in conduit and cable and pull boxes is really in the trenching and digging it up, right? It's not too much more money to install a second conduit. It's not too much money to upsize from, you know, a 72 strand fiber to 144 strand fiber. It's really just pennies on the dollar. So we were able to leverage some private cooperation at that time. For that, with respect to some other things that were happening in the city, they had a policy to try to interconnect all of the traffic signal networks anytime a traffic signal was redone, right? Because it was end of life and we were redoing the traffic signal. Then the communication infrastructure would be upgraded to fiber to the next signal, either to the west or to the east or the north or the south, but in those directions. So those are a couple of things that I bring from past experience. You know, as this study progresses further and we get some direction, I'm happy to, you know, lean into and share some more.
Thank you. And then what are the typical components of such a study? Like, so for one thing, one possible component, would it include a funding strategy, for example?
And Jim, if you could join the conversation again, that'd be great.
The components are a high-level design that basically designs a fiber infrastructure in phases. And how much, an estimate of how much it would cost. And it would include options for funding, but not actually going out there and getting the funding itself. The ones that I've been familiar with are where you put in the fiber and then you determine how many businesses and households you're passing and determine if there's a business case to be made to put that infrastructure into the ground, plus use it for other projects like expanding the traffic signal coordination, and then in the end addressing the INET situation, and then hopefully creating a foundation so that you can perhaps enter into a public-private partnership with another carrier or another provider who might be able to serve some of the underserved areas in the city. But that the components of it basically are a high-level engineering design of the route of a fiber infrastructure.
Okay, and then I guess my last question is funding sources. Is it mostly public-private partnership with a reliance on, redevelopment and private businesses? Does it usually include a lot of grants? Is grant money stable, or we have a changing grant situation with the federal government?
There is definitely a changing grant situation. The one that I'm working on in Las Virgenes, it's actually getting it through highway funds, not through like FFA or some of the other broadband-specific funds that have come down through the federal government. So I think that there are a lot of options, and so you just one has to look at those and see which was most appropriate to get the project off the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Thanks. I don't know this is probably some combination of folks who can answer these, but this one might be either for staff or the consultant. So I'm just curious, in the areas of the city, so my experience is that, wherever there's new development, typically the incumbent providers will just run fiber there because they just want to future-proof it. So if there's a new apartment complex or basically any new structure, they're going to run fiber there if they have the ability to do it. In these areas of the city where, there are certainly what I would consider higher income areas, single-family residences with a monopoly, typically with cable and then maybe a DSL provider. I'm just curious what creates that condition. Is it that is it aerial attachments? Is it or what is preventing an additional incumbent provider from going into like a high income area?
You probably need the providers to answer that specific, but sometimes the economics just doesn't work for them for the price of putting in that infrastructure. They don't see a return on that.
Yeah, and this is kind of helping inform like lower income areas of the city too. I guess maybe I just need to talk to some of the incumbent providers, but I'm trying to figure out what if there's anything that we could do to facilitate additional competition by making it pencil a little bit easier. My guess is that if they had the ability to just go in and attach to aerial poles and it's all the same infrastructure as cable, they would just do it. I'm guessing there's some other barrier.
Yeah, so one of what makes this work is that if the city is putting in infrastructure for its traffic signals to address the INET replacement, that you can get a public partner and they don't have to put that infrastructure in, and so it makes it more sense that the business case more profitable for them. And so that's the reason sometimes it works for a public-private partnership rather than an incumbent that would have to go in and dig trenches and then provide all that infrastructure on their own.
Yeah. And then if for a city like ours or a similar city we have I was looking at the list of all the roads that are going to be repaved in the next couple of years. There are some really, really long stretches. And so I'm curious but they're major thoroughfares. So do the incumbent providers already typically have conduit that they're going to use on their own there, or is it good for us to just use the opportunity to lay our own conduit, leave it empty for future use that we might lease to additional providers that might come in?
So I don't think it's a bad idea to have that conduit there so you could use it for future use.
Yeah.
But for sure there is, usually for like the metro networks that they have, there's already fiber there that you could potentially use as you're developing a conceptual plan for the city.
And then the last question is there are some, I was looking at the technical analysis, and there's more gaps in some of the broadband quality fixed wireless from the incumbents than I was expecting in some areas. Some of that's probably economic. Has there been preemption at the state and federal level to where they used to have a lot of issues with attachment rights to get the small cells and everything else out. Have that mostly been resolved, or is that still a significant barrier?
A lot of it has been resolved, but now the wireless carriers aren't as interested in on the street lights.
Right.
You don't see that as much anymore. Again, for probably the same reasons, that it's just a lot of expense for not enough payback.
Okay.
And so it was a big thing 10 years ago to put equipment on light poles and improved 5G. And I think that the city has a policy in that regard, has some master services agreements with the carriers to facilitate that. But it's just not the benefit that it used to be, or they've moved on to other things, I guess you would say, that they're not putting that infrastructure on light poles anymore, or on street lights anymore.
Okay. And then
This
will be the last question. So I know I actually followed the Los Altos Hills stuff pretty carefully. So what they did with community fiber, I don't know if you're familiar with it. Basically, they're all just paying for it. They'll pay the $15,000 to trench to their home that happens to be half a mile off of the beaten path. But are there communities where a community or a municipal broadband or community broadband model works better than others? Because I see it a lot, especially during the last administration. There was a lot of funding for rural areas, like the last mile connections that normally we pencil. But I didn't know if communities that are as dense as ours that was a big thing 10, 20 years ago. I just don't know if municipal fiber is still a big thing, aside from connecting your own.
So the question is, are there some cities that it's easy?
I think what I'm trying to gauge is municipal fiber still a thing of a city of our size and density, or are most folks sort of moving to a model where let's facilitate it and let the incumbents and try and get more competition?
So municipalities putting in fiber is definitely a thing. Them becoming an ISP, or municipalities becoming an ISP, is not.
That's another, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Councilmember McAllister.
I was waiting for the rest of you to ask questions, so I didn't want to take up some time, but I guess I will. So, Yogi Bear says deja vu all over again. So this is something that is dear to me, probably one of my most passionate things about the city, next to transportation. So that's putting it in context. So we were talking about smart cities back in 2019, 2020, and I guess it takes a little time to get there, but thank you for the report. It's a great beginning. There was a lot of deficiencies, which was glad that it pointed out, and also had a lot of great assets. So I'll start off with the questions. The conceptual idea, it says we got to have a conceptual design. And this will tie into the construction, where I also asked the question along with Council Member Showalter about, dig once, and my question was about the other items of why aren't we doing trenching do we have trenching policies and procedures in place? And are those type of items that we can do, that the city can implement without a conceptual plan, is to say, hey, if anything development's going on there, we can do this now?
Let me go ahead and get us started and then defer to the team again. So the policies we currently have in place were identified as a positive, and they have helped facilitate broadband for the types of providers who wanted to utilize those policies. What a conceptual design will do for the city, my understanding is, let's say there was going to be a project and the project was going to be happening in a part of the city, we would look at the conceptual design, and if it's not listed as an area that would be to the benefit of the city, then we know we don't necessarily need to engage in a discussion with that project about, will you help us put conduit in? If there's a project that's happening that is identified in the conceptual design, then we know that this is an area we have an interest in, and we should try to have the types of discussions that Director Ng mentioned, where we try to leverage that discussion to get conduit in the ground for ourselves.
Okay. Okay. Well, comments come a little bit later. So we issue a franchise agreement for our Comcast and AT&T. Is there any ability to, in that agreement, to make them go to that direction of fiber? or to invest in the fiber?
I personally don't have great familiarity with those agreements, so I don't know if I can speak to the contractual terms. That's a question that we might have to come back to you with a response, unless anybody on the team thinks I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, I think we're going to have to get back to you with a response on that.
Okay, follow up another question. Roger and I, the IT director, have the ability recently having fiber put into our neighborhoods, south of El Camino over by Cooper Park on both sides. And some of our fiber was put in underground, and other fiber was run above ground. So I think Chris was sort of asking that question. So how much they came and did their own. They pulled us, I don't know how, Rogers, Mr. Jensen, I'm sorry, was asked about it, but have we asked when they're doing these and they request to put this in, did they request to put the fiber into these neighborhoods, and did you give them permissions?
My understanding, unless staff says otherwise, is they were working independently, and the determination between wiring and underground, my guess is has to do with the area itself, because there is a significant price difference. The technical memos quote somewhere in the vicinity of $55 for aerial and about $150 for undergrounding. So it must be some type of determination they're making based on either the topography or what they see in the area.
Okay, because also my business on El Camino now has ATT and came along and put fiber on wire above.
And I will say to the earlier comments that Jim made, if they see that there's a cost benefit to doing it in certain areas because the density might be there, my understanding is they will start putting fiber in because they know it's a desired product and they can get a higher price point for the desired product.
Here's an obvious question. Has anybody talked to the AT&T and Comcast about fiber and their plans going forward?
I don't know if Entrust spoke specifically about their plans going forward, but they did have conversations with the providers.
I had a conversation with Comcast. I don't know. I'll have to go back and the market assessment was done by someone else on our team, and I don't know if we actually spoke with someone with AT&T. I'll have to ask.
Okay. Is it possible when we're talking? Thank you. Mm-hmm. When we're talking about these private public partnerships, we have a hospital, major hospital, and a high school at one end with another high school with St. Francis. Going all the way across over to North Bayshore, we have high tech. Has anybody reached out, because we're talking about trying to funding, to reach out to these large institutions that require probably they would love to have fiber if they don't have it now, that they would be willing to participate in a funding of the projects for their benefit?
There have not been direct funding conversations in the nature you're saying. Staff was waiting to see the outcome of this conversation tonight. But once again, Director Jensen, as part of his peer group, he's had interesting conversations lately with one of our school districts about one of the deployments they're recently doing. It's a wireless deployment as opposed to a fiber. But we're always looking at best practices and what our peers are doing. And when it relates to broadband now that this is part of the conversation, we're always looking at what our peers are doing to see if we can glean any information from it. But there have not been direct finance partnership conversations to date.
Okay. I asked the question about a conceptual design. A couple other council members asked that. And I asked them, what is the next step after conceptual design? And then is that the normal process that you have a conceptual design, then you get a implementation plan, or how does it all have to be flow, or can there be incremental improvements going along?
So the components of the design are what would guide us if there are incremental opportunities. And so I think the components of the design we would want in hand. Staff would issue an RFP, there would be respondents, and then per the response from staff, there would be components to that response. You heard Entrust speak to the fact that it's really engineering diagrams and designs and other components, and it's just so we know opportunistically where we would want to try and work with a public-private partnership or any of the projects in the city versus not.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes a blueprint of how you can put together the fiber network. And it also related back to the funding question too, it can also help in identifying if there might be some grant opportunities depending on where the network might be.
Okay. Yeah, I was, and one of my other questions was, and I thought there was an opportunity to show the benefits of fiber throughout the city. And a lot of those things were like the smart city initiatives. And I didn't see that in the report because you didn't feel that was one of the things that was needed. You just need to get the conceptual idea out there. But if we start going with the RFP and so forth and looking at what a smart city initiative can do, like smart city lighting, building infrastructure, monitoring air quality, traffic and so forth, will that encompass, I mean, the smart city initiatives, will that help guide our conceptual plan so that we are building for the future and we're able to take the fiber and implement it and team it up with AI as things go along?
I'm gonna say yes, because the backbone of all of it is the fiber, and once the fiber is in place, then as technologies create more smart city opportunities, they will probably bolt onto the fiber.
Yeah, I would say that the conceptual design would is the foundation for the smart city applications.
Have you worked with any cities, with smart cities, and started doing the implementation?
Our firm has. I have not personally, but yeah, I mean, there's about as many smart city applications as there are ideas. I mean, there are amazing things that are. At one point, smart city was just Wi-Fi, and now, to your point, I think you mentioned like air quality. There's a lot of public safety smart applications as well, and so it's just how creative the city wants to get in terms of enabling some of those smart city applications.
And I think that answers, because Councilmember Hicks will probably hear me tee this up again under our other things, and I'll be able to discuss more about it. This is a great start. It asks a lot of questions, and we got to start somewhere, and this is a good spot to think. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, I thought of one more question. So there, in the staff report, there's talk of establishing a technology enterprise fund. What is the idea like for the seed money for it, or can you describe that a little more conceptually?
Sure, I don't see our finance director here, so I'll take a stab at it. But similar to when we have any other initiative and we want to start to reserve money towards that initiative, it's an accounting practice. We would just create a reserve, and if we identified funds that we wanted to utilize for broadband expansion, it just shows that those funds would go into that fund.
Okay, so you're just saying we would put money into it.
It's basically a fancy accounting term.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. I see our finance director as one of our attendees online, but I don't know if he wants to raise his hand and say anything else. But I think there are no other questions. All right, so we'll now move to comments by council, which should include feedback on the staff question posed in the staff report. And that question is, are there any policy issues or priorities identified in the findings that the council would like staff to further analyze and develop? Councilmember McAllister.
Oh, you know, I'll let the vice mayor go first because I've spoke quite a bit, so I like to hear from some others. Okay, you want me to speak now? Get it done. That's just, you know, there's a lot of opportunities to do intermittent work that we do. I like to see it. It's something that is long overdue. In fact, one of the findings, it says broadband connectivity is essential to Mountain View's businesses and residents. It's something that's going to benefit everybody in the community, high end, low end. And so I just think that the sooner you get the ability to issue an RFP, get that conceptual plan going, and hopefully you can do it sooner than later.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I support As we looked at the digital equity letter, I support some of the recommendations they had, including the fiber network conceptual design. I find quickly to be a word that can be squishy, so do the best you can for the RFP on that. And the funding strategy, and they had some suggestions there. Councilmember McAllister and I had some discussion about more opportunities of that, as he mentioned before in his questions, also looking into the coordinating with El Camino Hospital or the school district or the other jurisdictions to get funding. There was also, Councilmember McAllister hasn't mentioned it yet, but exploring a possible UUT for it as part of funding, utility tax, and everything. Yeah, user utility tax. Utility user tax. There we go. And looking into seeing if there is any funding available as we approve developments, that there could be in lieu funding on that end as well. But then that also includes what the Digital Equity Coalition letter also suggested, which was establishing public-private partnerships. There was state and federal funding and other local government agencies. And then continuing to coordinate the dig once belief of whenever we are, whenever we have to dig into our trenches, that broadband is a possibility toward that. I would hope that we move toward the idea of municipal broadband. I actually support that concept, so that we can actually have a little bit more control and not rely on different whatever companies and get ourselves out of the monopoly in some of these areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
So the way that I think about this is I think there are a couple different buckets here. One is what we need for our municipal operations, basically replacing iNet. So I think it sounds like we're already working on a fiber network conceptual plan, which I think is critical. And then, part of that too will be hopefully increasing our ability to manage our network traffic efficiently and effectively. And then, we can also look at ways to add wireless or other kind of first step to address our short-term gaps as a broader infrastructure is built out. I think the other bucket is, how are we serving residents and small businesses, or increasing broadband access for residents and small businesses, which could be part of the fiber network conceptual design, but I think there are a lot of additional ways that we can address some of those gaps. And so, I remember 10 years or so ago, talking about how important Dig Once was. I know we implemented a policy. I think it sounds like maybe one of some of the lower hanging fruit might be to beef that up. So for example, as we're redoing these, repaving a lot of these really long corridors, almost all of California Street, a big chunk of Miramonte, I think I saw a big chunk of Middlefield is on the list. I can't imagine a world where we would be sad that we just had a reasonable, even if it just sits empty for a while, conduit down there that along some of these streets where in a big chunk of our including Old Mountain View, other areas, it's all aerial. And I remember attachment rights being a really big deal because I think a lot of those poles are actually privately owned either by PG&E or AT&T, and there are rules around you have to lease space there, but then the negotiations to actually lease space on it take forever, and it doesn't always pencil out. And so if we were to build out a conduit network throughout the city, over time, that allows folks to have access to additional access points to homes that may not be some of those aerial attachments. And then, if we're agnostic as to who we lease that space to at a reasonable fee, then we can, more and more providers can come in and serve some of those areas. And then, if we were to do an RFP or to just talk to some of the incumbent providers and some of the other providers in the area that just right now don't play in Mountain View, there might be some deals that can be struck to where, they can serve, they gain access through partnerships with us to some of the more lucrative parts of the city, if they're also willing to serve some of the more underserved areas. I think that's how some other communities have handled this. So I think at a high level, you've identified the next key steps: the city fiber network conceptual design, being able to manage our traffic better, and then all the ways in which we'll be able to connect some of the city services, whether it's traffic infrastructure or other things to that. But then I think beefing up our dig once to start laying conduit, even if we don't need it today, at least it's there. And it's a resource that can be used if another provider were to come in and serve and wanted to serve either some or all of Mountain View. I think increasing competition is really key. I personally am not that interested in a municipal ISP. I think even the communities that have had those, they typically are nonprofit forms and they aren't managed by the city. They're usually driven by a separate board of directors, but I think putting the infrastructure in place and partnering with both the incumbents and other service providers to build out the infrastructure that we need to better serve the rest of our residents would be really valuable. I will say, I believe at one point, fairly recently in the last year or two, Sonic made an attempt to start to build out their own fiber network within Mountain View, and they were actually taking signups in various parts of the city. And I think they gave up, and I'm not sure why they gave up. I don't know if there were impediments that we might be able to control. I don't know if they just decided after all that they didn't get enough signups and they didn't want it to pencil. But I think there are other providers who might, that are very, I think, more community focused, that are smaller in nature than the Comcast, the AT&Ts of the world, who might be willing to help address some of these needs. So I think those conversations that Roger and others are having, I think around that in terms of best practices and what other communities are doing will help address that. And then with respect to the enterprise fund, I think the path that I would be hesitant to go down is the UUT route. Like I generally don't like taxing things that we want people to use, which is broadband, and a utility users tax basically taxes the people who are accessing broadband. And so I just think from a high level taxation perspective, I'd rather tax other things than actually make broadband more expensive for people to access because of adding another tax there. And I know it could be structured in different ways, but I just I think we'd also have to take that to the voters. So I think there are probably other ways to fund some of these things than that particular avenue. So those are my thoughts for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, well, a lot has already been said, so I'm going to go through fairly quickly. I do think the idea of a conceptual design is very powerful, necessary. Let's do it. I feel like our goal should be municipal fiber, and I'm not sure what the definition exactly is of that. What I mean is we have to have a system that everybody has access to, and in a reasonably affordable manner that we have important controls on. Now, how we coordinate with other, companies and stuff, that's, there are many ways to do that. I don't mean to cut that off, but I just think the idea that we're shooting toward everybody being connected and us having a great deal of control is really important. what Councilmember Clark said about the we will never be sad if we put in some conduit along with these projects that are moving forward. So I would hope as we move forward in the budget process, that will be considered as just a part of what gets added. And I would also add, sort of it's my experience that you know, when you lay the little PVC pipe that's the conduit, you know, you have something in mind at that time that's going to go in it, but over time, the amount that's going to go in it is going to change. So I'm not sure what the best practice is for keeping that conduit the right size, but it's something, you know, to think about. And we don't want to make it too small. I think it's really important to coordinate with other communities and institutions like El Camino Hospital, school districts, and you know, and I really am glad to hear of the coordination that's going on and staff with peers and other you know, in other communities. That's really valuable. So please keep that up. And then the enterprise fund. I think that's, you know, you're right. We have to, if you're going to do something, you have to pay for it. We have to have a funding source, and that's always a good way to get started. So those are my thoughts. Did I mention benchmarking with other communities? I did, I guess. Yeah, I think that's really important. Okay, thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So yes, at this point, most of what I would have said has been said. So I'll just, I mean, I agree with what, there's nothing people have said I think that I disagree with. I'm looking forward to seeing this more fleshed out with the conceptual design, because at this point it's a little vague to me. I will just highlight that I think it's important to work with the different institutions people have named. I don't know if NASA and Berkeley, if those are too far, or if they should be included as well. And I'm particularly interested in best practices and benchmarking with cities that are similar to us, you know, probably not Los Altos Hills, and probably not some of the larger cities that have access to grants that I imagine we don't have access to. And also particularly interested, maybe no one else has said this, in looking at different alternatives instead of just one way of doing things, because I don't know, but I'm imagining that different alternatives may have very different cost, you know, may cost different amounts, very different amounts. So I'd like to be able to choose among those and look at the strengths and weaknesses of different alternatives. And I think we'll see later tonight that there are a lot of other things that residents of the city want as well. So that's why alternatives are good, you know, so that we can see how much do we want to spend on this and how much do we want to spend on other things. And I think that is all of my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I don't have any comments. I am comfortable with it going forward in terms of next steps, but I don't feel overly prescriptive on what the outcomes will be. So, all right, I'm going to turn to staff for a summary, since it's a study session, on the items heard to be read into the record, and then also want to clarify with staff if you needed any straw polls on any of the comments given. So I'll turn it to staff. Thank you.
Great. So I think Christina and I will work together on this, but we heard broad consensus around moving forward with a city fiber network conceptual design. We heard broad consensus on looking if there are opportunities with our partners in the area and what they're working on, not just our peer cities, but some of the other agencies we work with. El Camino was mentioned a few times, school districts and things of that nature. I also heard pretty good consensus around if there's money, let's try and find it. As staff, that's kind of in our DNA. If there's grant opportunities, we're going to pursue them. And if there's private-public partnerships that could bring money to the city, we're going to pursue those. Even before this item was starting to get developed to bring here, we always take meetings with folks that want to engage the city on conversations. And so we'll continue to do that. And Christina? Oh, and then broad consensus around where possible, if we're going to start to dig a trench, if we can put conduit in the ground, whether it's going to have anything in it now or in the future, to see if we can facilitate that. And the last thing, benchmarking best practices, what our peer cities are doing and how they're doing it, and then alternatives and options.
Okay. Do we need straw polls on any of those, or are those broad comments? Because I think that's a clear summary, but I just am looking to staff if you need that, or those are broad enough where maybe you'll come back with options rather than have to take straw polls. So just wanted to double check. City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think there seemed to be kind of general consensus on the items that the Assistant City Manager mentioned. There were some things that other council members mentioned that weren't summarized. For example, UUT exploration, which would really be a revenue measure. And to clarify, we do have UUT revenue as it is now. It is typically decreasing as folks cut the cord of their, frankly, their landlines, their telephones. So there are agencies that have explored that, but I heard some different points of view on that. So that might be something you want to explore in a different avenue if you're interested in that. But I don't hear any other items of straw polls unless I'm forgetting something that someone wants to bring up.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I do not, thank you. I'm going to finish my comment if that's all right. I am not as interested in a dig once policy. So I just want to make sure. So I didn't know if that needed 4 or not. So that's where I was asking about that. The dig one.
Mayor, can I clarify? So we do have a dig once policy now. So we wouldn't necessarily be creating a new one. It would be enhancing the policy that we have.
Thank you.
So if you want to take a straw poll on that, I think that's fine, but it wouldn't be creating.
Okay. I just am trying to clarify. Okay. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there were, as the city manager said, a couple different things that people had said, like the utility tax. Maybe those could be encompassed under alternatives and options. Unless those options turn out to be terrible, they could be represented to us as possible choices.
I think that's a good place to land. I think it sounds like the council's interested in any and all information. So I just want to clarify with staff going forward, we're looking for more information, but it isn't final direction at this point, and want to make sure the public knows that. Anything else that council members would like to add? All right. Well, then I think that concludes our study session. We'll take let's do a 5-minute recess before we commence our regular session. So let's reconvene at 6:34 p.m. Thank you.
Olga the
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community of February 25th, 2025. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Clark? Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister? Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramos?
Here.
Mayor Kamei?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to take a moment to do an announcement. In regard to recent federal actions, my city council colleagues and I are very much aware of safety concerns being raised among our immigrant community here in Mountain View. To be clear, our city does not participate in federal civil immigration operations in any way. Immigration status is never a factor in our interaction with the community. I want to assure everyone that Mountain View aims to be a community for all, where we embrace the diversity of our community members. Later on tonight, in the mid-year budget report, agenda item 7.1, the council will consider a recommendation for community-all grants that would help support our community. I'd also like to share my remarks in Spanish. Con respecto a las últimas acciones federales, mis colegas de Consejo de la Ciudad y yo somos muy conscientes a las preocupaciones de seguridad que han surgido entre nuestra comunidad inmigrante en Mountain View. Para ser claros, nuestra ciudad no participa en las operaciones federales de inmigración civil de ninguna manera. El estatus migratorio nunca es un factor en nuestra interacción con la comunidad. Quiero asegurarles a todos que Mountain View tiene el objetivo de ser una comunidad para todos, donde se acepta la diversidad de nuestros miembros de la comunidad. Más tarde esta noche, en el informe presupuestario de medio año, en el punto 7.1 de la agenda, el Consejo considerará una recomendación para subvenciones de comunidad para todos, que ayudaron a apoyar a nuestra comunidad. Y yo quiero decir mil gracias a todos que están apoyando la comunidad. I'll now move on to item 3, which are presentations. Please note these are presentations only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items. If you would like to speak on these items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the City Clerk now. We'll start with item 3.1, Woman of the Year announcement by Senator Josh Becker. And I believe he is in the queue, and we have him, yes. Ready to go. We're excited to be joined this evening by Senator Josh Becker to deliver the Woman of the Year announcement. At this time, I will invite the nominee, Ms. Olga Melo, to approach the lectern. Senator, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm not on video because we did a co-hosted event at Stanford Law School today, a symposium on California and the Trump administration, and I'm almost back in Sacramento. I thought I might be back, but appearing here to say that I'm honored, and we are honored to recognize Olga Melo as Senate District 13's Woman of the Year. Her unwavering to uplifting, empowering international community. Originally from Veracruz, Mexico, Olga has dedicated over 2 decades to advocating for Latino families, particularly in education, housing, and public health. First, she came to us from Mountain View. She co-founded the Community Action Team in 2003, championing initiatives that promote health, education, and civic engagement in Mountain View. A fierce advocate for tenant protections, she played a key role in the passage of Measure V, ensuring rent control for local residents. Her leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic was critical in delivering essential resources to vulnerable communities, including undocumented individuals who face barriers to aid. Through her tireless work, she's built lasting bridges between local government and underserved communities, ensuring that every voice is heard and valued. Olga's impact extends beyond Mountain View, with her leadership recognized at regional and national levels, representing local communities in Washington, D.C., advocating alongside governments, and doing it with passion and success and dedication. That's earned her numerous accolades, including recognition from the League of California Cities and the Women's Leadership and Policy Summit. Olga exemplifies the spirit of service and resilience, inspiring the next generation of leaders to create meaningful change. We are proud, I am proud to honor her today, and we will honor her in Sacramento as well and celebrate her enduring contributions to our district. Congratulations, Olga. We're going to be there for you.
Senator, I know it sounds like you're in the car, so we're going to ask Olga if she'd like to say a few words.
Excellent.
Lo siento, voy a hablar en español, estoy muy nerviosa. Bueno, humildemente recibo este reconocimiento que no es mío, es de la comunidad, es de nuestra comunidad hispana. Y para mí siempre ha sido un orgullo, un privilegio servir a mi comunidad. Lo hago con mucha pasión y con mucho amor, porque quiero que nuestra comunidad avance, que nos vean de manera diferente, que somos gente de trabajo, de lucha y de fe. Y también poner en alto el nombre de las mujeres, que queremos el cambio, cuidar de nuestra comunidad y avanzar. Muchísimas gracias al senador Becker por pensar en que yo puedo tener ese título tan grande. En verdad aprecio mucho. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Gracias por siempre escuchar nuestras voces. Gracias por todo el apoyo que nos dan como comunidad. Y en verdad, para mí es, bueno, Saúl, no me dijiste nada. Es algo que no lo puedo creer, pero muchísimas gracias. Gracias.
So I'll try to summarize. Is that okay? Estoy bien si yo puedo traducir un poquitito. Okay. So Olga was saying that this award is not for her, it's for the community, and that it's an honor and a privilege, and she is proud to represent all the people in Mountain View, particularly the Hispanic and the Latino community. They are the ones who are on the ground fighting, working hard, trying to make sure that there's equity in our community. And she was thanking all of the residents, thanking the city council for the support for her, enabling her to do the work that she's able to do. ¿Es bueno? Sí. Okay. And that's just a high-level summary. And so we're just so proud of Olga. When the senator called, we said, sí, por supuesto, right? Yes, of course. And it's about time. So es algo bueno para la comunidad. So thank you very much. All right, Senator, is there anything else? Are you still there? Is he still there?
Yes, I say congratulations again. Thank you for translating. Thank you all.
Of course. All right, thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for all the work you're doing in Sacramento.
We'll see you in Sacramento. Okay.
Yeah. All right, so we'll move on to item 3.2, which is our Black History. Actually, wait. I'm going to invite the council down to the front so we can take a picture with Olga, because we won't all be able to go to Sacramento. So nosotros podemos tomar un foto? Okay. So council colleagues, if we come to the front, take a photo. All right, now we'll move on to item 3.2, which is our Black History Month proclamation. We're happy to be joined this evening by Laverne Foster, Associate Director of the African American Community Services Agency Family Resource Center, to accept this proclamation. Laverne, would you like to meet me at the lectern? And I see former council member Forrest Williams. Did you want to come up too, sir? Wonderful. So the proclamation reads, whereas February is designated as Black History Month and is observed in our diverse community and local schools with a series of special presentations and exhibits, and whereas this observance affords a special opportunity for all to become more knowledgeable about Black heritage and to honor the many people of African American descent who contribute to the progress of our nation and for our community, and whereas such knowledge can strengthen the insight of all our residents regarding issues of human rights, the great strides that have been made to eliminate the barriers to equality for all ethnic groups, and continuing struggle against racial discrimination. Now, therefore, I, Ellen Kamei, the mayor of the city of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the city council, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in our community, expressing special commendation to the committees, schools, and dedicated volunteers who make this observance a reality in our area. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay.
Speech just in case. Good evening, City of Mountain View. It is an honor to stand before you on behalf of the African American Community Service Agency and accept this proclamation. This recognition is a reflection of shared values, a commitment to diversity and inclusion, and a reminder that progress is made when we work together. The African American Community Service Agency is dedicated to strengthening our communities through education, advocacy, and community building. We believe that every person deserves access to opportunity, justice, and a sense of belonging. This proclamation is a call to action to continue breaking barriers, building bridges, and creating spaces where all voices are heard and valued. With the support of leaders like you and the people of Mountain View, we can ensure that the work of equity and empowerment continues for generations to come. On behalf of the African American Community Service Agency, thank you for this recognition, for your partnership, and for standing with us in pursuit of a brighter and more inclusive future. Thank you.
Great. I'll invite my colleagues down for the photo. They have to get their exercise in before we have a long meeting tonight. Great, thank you. We'll move on to item 3.3. which is the certificates of recognition to our STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math winners from the Santa Clara County 2025 Synopsis Championship Fair. I'm happy to acknowledge and congratulate the students for winning a STEM award recognition at the Santa Clara County 2024 Synopsis Championship Science Fair. And so I want to invite all of our award winners to the front, please. And I think these are in alphabetical order, so I'm not sure everybody's here. So is Paulina here? Carter? Madison? Ashley? We're just gonna give them away. No, Bridget? You King? Okay. You're welcome. Indira? Caroline? Young? Ariana? Okay. So, Ethan? Mika? Yay. Okay, Christopher. Okay. Gabor? Sophie? Okay. I'll invite my council colleagues so we could take a photo with all of our award winners. Let's give them a great big round of applause.
Good evening. Wait, come on. Life, you woke up this morning. You had the use of your limbs and you breathed the fresh air and the sun was shining and you went about your day not thinking of any of those things of saying, well, am I going to get up today? Am I going to have use of my limbs, and what am I going to do? It is so important to think of those things, because if you didn't have them, you would think about them. And we have some of the brightest students in the world. Do you think about them? It's quiet. I mean, they are our future. They will help us solve some of the problems that we have today. We must encourage them. Some of the students were not here tonight because they're in college. And some of them had other programs that were competing with this date that they were not here. But your recognition of the fact that they were STEM achievers is significant for our future. You cannot do without your cell phone, is that true? I mean, that's addressing, yeah, that's my address. When I go, I have to have my phone with me. But do you know that the reason you can do that is we mimic the brain by storage. And we were not in this place many years ago. Now we have AI, which is because of the ability for us to make memory smaller and smaller and smaller in terms of packaging. We're able to put more and more and more and more data into our use and into our hand. And it captivates us. It gives us more energy. It gives us thoughts. It gives us all the things that we live for today. And those are our future. I'm Forrest Williams. I'm an engineer. I'm compassionate about engineering. I have 2 children. They're both engineers. I didn't push them to be engineers. I wanted them to pursue something that's useful to mankind. And these students are at a level now that you should incorporate them in what you do because they have the intellect to do that. And you were talking about broadband and all those things. Hey, reach and get some of these kids to help you. They can do that. They have the ability and skills to do that. I wanted to show them that it's more than just the project. It's the usefulness of the project. It's the safety of the project. Those kinds of things are important to extending their knowledge about technology and what does it mean to have a project, and wanted them to see that it's beyond the project that's important. We're just trying to get them ready. Our mission, I'm with the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Affairs Association. I'm a board member, and it's my job to encourage students, parents, enemies, friends, whomever, about the challenges and sometimes the failure of engineering. There is nothing that you can put your hands on today that has not had an engineering hand on it. Try it. So in your secret, you don't have to try it now, but I'm just saying they are a part of our future and that we depend on them. And as we recess and go away from the projects in the future, they will be there. And let's design the future now by including, and your recognition of them is significant. And I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would any member of the council like to say a few words on any of the proclamations? Not seeing any, we'll now take public comment for the 3 presentation items. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the presentation items listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the clerk. I am not seeing any, so we will close public comment, and congratulations to all who received a proclamation tonight. We'll move to the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. If an item is pulled from the consent calendar, it will be considered separately following approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you would like to speak on these items or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Okay. Would any member, okay. Councilmember Showalter.
At this point, I would really like to just comment on an item. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to pull it. On the legislative platform item, there were several corrections that were brought up in the, or a couple of corrections that were brought up in the council questions and have been made. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't have to do anything to incorporate those, or what's the process here?
looking to staff.
Christina Gilmore, Intergovernmental Relations Manager, and thank you, Councilmember Showalter, for the question. Staff will incorporate those changes that were noted in the council questions into the final platform, as well as work on the other statement that staff noted that will need some more time to develop. We'll be bringing that back as a separate consent item for the council for adoption.
Thank you. That's excellent. I just wanted to confirm that because we had a discussion that was so wide-ranging 2 weeks ago, and to make it, make sure that all those points got put down properly is a huge task. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Other items? Anyone else like to pull an item or comment on an item? Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on these items? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first, if there are any. I'm not seeing any. And I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I'll bring the item back for council action and note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to consent calendar items 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to approve the consent calendar, including item 4.2. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View repealing resolution number 17420 and all of the amendments thereto, and adopting a resolution reestablishing the Senior Advisory Committee to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View appointing Tina Pham to the Environmental Planning Commission to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing temporary closure from public access of 6 parking spaces within parking lot number 2 for 24 consecutive weeks, and authorizing temporary closure from public access of 7 parking spaces within parking lot number 2 for 14 consecutive days to occur prior to February 25th, 2026, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View. 1, reducing the previous appropriation of $8,400,000 from the Housing Department's below market rate in lieu fees housing subfund, or BMR fund, for the 1012 Linda Vista Avenue project by $1,600,000. 5 votes required. 2, reducing the previous appropriation of $11,100,000 from the BMR fund for the 1020 Terabella Avenue project by $3,226,500. 5 votes required. 3, appropriating $2,400,000 from the City of Mountain View Housing Department's City Local Housing Trust Subfund, or City LHTF, to the 1020 Terabella Avenue Affordable Housing Project. $1,600,000 from the City LHTF to the 1012 Linda Vista Avenue Affordable Housing Project, and $205,452 from the City LHTF for eligible administrative costs. 5 votes required. 4, accepting and appropriating a State of California Pro Housing Incentive Program, or PIP, Round 2 grant in the amount of $870,000 to the Housing Department's General Housing Subfund. 5, allocating $826,500 of the PIP Round 2 grant funds to the 1020 Terabella Avenue Affordable Housing Project. And 6, authorizing use of $43,500 of the PIP Round 2 grant funds for eligible administrative costs to be read in title only, further reading waived. And as Councilmember Showalter referenced, the amendments and direction staff recommended for item 4.6. And I'll just thank staff for all of the work that went into this consent calendar and for the recommendations you've made for adjustments for item 4.6. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Second.
Thank you. The motion, yes, the hard part. So the motion has been made and seconded. All right, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. And we have Melanie Kay on behalf of 5 others. Yes, please approach the podium.
And I should have
just one moment. City
How
Clerk,
much
please.
time did you want to allocate?
Well, I was 3, or was something else?
Well, she says she's speaking on behalf of others. So did you want to up it, or did you just want to leave it at 3?
Why don't we, presentations from outside entities are usually 7 minutes, so let's just do 7 minutes. Okay. Thank you. And it's just pulling up on screen right now. Just one moment. Thank you for your patience. Okay.
Okay. Good evening. This house, is this the first step in the demise of one of our earliest and oldest residential streets in Old Mountain View near the downtown? I know the entire neighborhood here values its historic character, and we are dismayed. Closer to the mic, closer to the mic. I can hear me really fine.
I know, it's just a little loud as the truck went by, so if you could speak straight in and then people online can hear you.
Okay. The question is, this house sits on the corner of Laredo Street at Anza. And my question is this the first step, and I'll get to why, of the demise in one of the earliest and oldest residential streets near downtown Mountain View? And I know the entire neighborhood values its historic character, not just this house, but the whole street and the ones around it. And we are dismayed that currently there seems to be no way to protect it. I am here for 2 driving questions on behalf of my neighbors and many others. Can the city assist in any way to preserve this house? And I will ask you exactly specifically. What are the city's plans for preserving our historical neighborhoods? May I have the next slide, please? This being the central neighborhood that I am speaking of. This is Palmita Park. It was developed between 1924 and 1929. It is a core street in downtown Old Mountain View. The bungalows that line Loretto, Velarde, the next street over, and adjacent streets are a complete historical residential neighborhood, well maintained. Next slide, please. And we see here in an overview these same bungalows. This is from the late 1920s. We see one remaining house that is, in fact, still there on Bush Street. And you can see that nice little row of houses in the 1920s, 100 years ago. Again, well maintained, houses with character, walkable, safe, human scale streets. Next slide, please. The books that I distributed along, if any of you get a chance to see them, is Palmita Park, The First 100 Years, that I authored and produced along with my neighbor and friend, Kyle Hartzell. If we hadn't been doing the research on this, would we have even discovered the Page and Turnbull report commissioned by the city on our historical resources? This is a timeline, and I see there's a little weird thing happening with my slide. The timeline basically shows that we're off just a little here and there with our timing on the commission of a report to identify historical resources in the city. We found out about it. I came to City Council. I then met with planning department knowing that the home we're talking about is already being approved for demolition to be replaced by a modern home. So, next slide, please. This refers to the report that I speak of, Page and Turnbull, which I'm sure that you are all familiar with. And there is a quote there stating, single-family houses currently on the Mountain View Register or previously surveyed will be evaluated for historic significance as part of the project. Although, as you may know, there is currently no mechanism for designating local historic districts in Mountain View. If we go to the next slide, please. This simply states that no current mechanism for designating local historic districts. And also that they responded back to me when I inquired in September of 2024 that they had received direction from City Council, but only the single-family homes currently on the Mountain View Register or previously surveyed would be evaluated. It is slightly unknown or a little mysterious to some of us as to how anyone gets on that register of historic homes, and therefore what does that mean? So there are other questions behind this. Next slide, please. This slide of existing homes as compared to new ones that we see around our city. The new ones are elegant, wonderful modern homes. However, do they fit in, shall we say, or are they compatible with a small street? Nearly all of the homes you see on the left, though they were built in the 1920s, have been upgraded, expanded, second floors, etc., added. Yet they still maintain the character of the 1920s architecture. Statement. Next slide, please. This is my first question. We know that the building permit for 395 Loretto is in final approval stage. The current owner has been really gracious in working with us, knowing that this is a difficult process for us to lose this beautiful corner home. So he has actually agreed to support relocation of the house should we be able to find resources to do so. I have gone to the Mountain View Historical Association. I'm a board member there. They feel that they, at this time, don't really have the resources to be able to do such a move. We could have a historic house museum for the city if this were to be made possible. Could it be an ADU in another character home-filled historic neighborhood? Could we acquire in some way funding to move this house, find the space later? Could we move this house to the current property at the corner of Church and Calderon? I know it's been designated for a park. Houses have been moved before. Just asking possibilities. Next slide, please. So I ask tonight, can we embrace the future? And we are doing so with this beautiful new modern home that our new owner is going.
We'll turn the mic on and let you wrap up your last sentence.
Thank you. I would ask that we work smarter as a city and with citizens to encourage preservation with the designated historic property owners of today and again of tomorrow, improve the outreach when historical neighbors will be impacted. And just in one little sort of specific comment, when construction begins, we have been enduring 3 to 4 years of construction of giant houses in these small-scale neighborhoods. Is there a way somehow to say, you've reached your limit? Could we wrap up this construction process? Don't know if that's possible. I appreciate your time this evening, and I, of course, welcome any comments or questions. Do we have a plan going forward?
Thank you. Thank you. So since it's a public comment, we're not able to engage in dialogue, but thank you very much. All right, I don't see any more in-person speakers, so we'll move on to Celia Paymer, virtual.
Hello. Thank you for giving me a moment. My name is Celia Paymer. I'm a resident of Mountain View, a member of Green Spaces Mountain View. We've had some concerns that have been building over time around the heritage tree ordinance and sort of its lack of effectiveness. So reading from the introduction of it, the city of Mountain View lies between Santa Cruz and San Francisco, and development of the city and surrounding urban sprawl have resulted in the removal of a great number of these trees. Further uncontrolled and indiscriminate destruction of mature trees would detrimentally affect the health, safety, and welfare of the city of Mountain View. The preservation program outlined in this article contributes to the welfare and aesthetics of the community and retains the great historical and environmental values of these trees. Unfortunately, it follows that the city is to require the preservation of all healthy trees unless reasonable and conforming use of the property justifies the removal. And it seems that this sentence has been used for basically every single application, with over 200 trees removed, heritage trees removed each year, for somewhere around 3,000 trees over the past 10 years. Over 90% of applications were approved for heritage tree removal. So currently, it does not seem that the city staff is really working towards the first paragraph of preserving our heritage trees. If 90% get removed, are we really maintaining our goals of having an urban forest and reducing the removal of trees? So I think this is a concern that's going to be coming up. And so this is just sort of our first intro, but I know that tomorrow at the administrative zoning meeting, there's issues with the Cuesta Drive project where heritage trees were removed without permits. There's another permit request in for I think a couple dozen removals. I know the Toyota project is coming up where they're looking to remove trees that are on the edge of their property, which should not need removal. And so I just kind of feel like maybe we need to be looking at the heritage tree ordinance and how do we fix it so that it is effective at our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am not seeing any other hands. So I will bring this back to item 6, our public hearing. Item 6.1 is code amendment to Chapter 36 zoning for our below market rate housing program. Affordable Housing Manager Julie Barnard will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card now to the city clerk, and we'll turn it over to the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Julie Barnard, your Affordable Housing Manager, and I'm joined this evening by Wayne Chen, Housing Director. In December 2023, the City completed a review of the below market rate affordable housing program to meet the housing element requirements. Council supported staff's recommendations and provided direction to staff to implement other BMR provisions across 5 criteria. Tonight, we are focused on criteria number 5, which is to identify potential cleanup modifications. The comprehensive set of BMR ordinance amendments will be brought forward later this year. However, there are a number of housing developments that are anticipated to secure entitlements this year. Therefore, there's a need to implement a focused set of priority ordinance modifications ahead of these approvals. 3 of the 4 ordinance modifications up for consideration in this item were supported by Council in 2023. Subsequently, the modification of the definition of residential development also requires clarification and has therefore been included as a component of this update. The first modification is an addition to the ordinance, which includes adjustments to the annual allowable rent increase for in-place tenants. The following items are introduced: a maximum allowable rent increase of 3%, 1 increase over a 12-month period, and that a 30-day written notice to tenants is provided. The second modification includes the clarification of the definitions of the various income categories. As written, the AMI levels currently straddle 2 income categories, which can cause confusion. The adjustments are as follows: no changes to the very low income category, Low income to clarify that AMI levels are greater than 50% and up to 80% AMI, and a similar adjustment made to the moderate income category. The third modification will establish how unit rents are calculated. Currently, the ordinance does not specify that the rents are calculated on the AMI levels assigned to the units, rather than the tenant's household incomes, which sometimes causes confusion. So this adjustment will codify how these calculations are determined. The final modification provides a clarification of the definition of residential development. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council introduce an ordinance modifying Chapter 36 and find that the amendments are exempt from SEQA. Staff are available for questions, or we'll turn it back to the mayor.
Does any member of council have any questions? Councilmember Clark.
I had one, and I just thought of this today, sorry. I believe in here when I was reading, this addresses the, one of the things that's addressed is a conversion from rental units to ownership units. And so I know that we've done a lot of work, a lot of the new rental housing that we've approved, we've generally, asked if those can be mapped for condos, just so, if market forces change someday and it makes sense to convert them to condos, and then we have additional entry-level ownership opportunities that, that might be beneficial, since there aren't a lot of stack flat condos being built right now. And so I understand conceptually the idea of, if there's a BMR unit in the rental project, that you don't necessarily want to lose it during the conversion project. But it was unclear to me how we think through, a lot of those are 55 years. And so what happens if you have a rental project that, 10 years or 15 years in, I guess if I were on the other side of the argument, I would say you're kind of double dipping in a sense, even though the unit count isn't changing, you're kind of having to deal with it twice. So I guess in my mind, I'm just trying to think through, are we creating some sort of significant disincentive to condo conversions by doing this, or is it, maybe it will just end up being a non-issue and I shouldn't even bother thinking about it. But it's just one of those things that popped into my head as maybe a barrier to some sort of condo conversion in the future.
Thank you very much for the question. When the updates were last done in 2019, one of the modifications was to have the BMR units be in perpetuity to preserve the long-term affordability of the units. And so this was part of that. There's actually a section in the BMR guidelines that refers to condo mapped projects and how to just make sure that units are not lost in a situation of a conversion, given that the requirements are now in perpetuity.
Okay, so they'll probably just sort themselves out at some point. And we can always revisit, if we're ever in a world where we need to deal with this, and I'm probably not gonna be here at that point, then we'll deal with it then, I guess. But.
We didn't receive any comments about this being a barrier at the time. Of course, conditions may change, but that hasn't been something that has been identified, at least to the housing staff, as folks are considering what kind of projects and whether they should be doing ownership projects or not. It's something we can continue to monitor and pay attention to, but to date we haven't really heard feedback regarding that.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, I'm seeing buttons getting pressed here, so I'll move on to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom. Press *9 on your phone. I am not seeing any in-person or virtual public comment, so I'll thank staff, and I'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the ordinance attached to the report. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion. Would you like me to read? So I would like to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending the Mountain View City Code sections 36.40.05, 36.4010, 36.40.15, and 36.40.20 to make clarifying modifications and adding Section 36.40.16 governing rent increases for below-market rate units to the Mountain View City Code to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for March 25th of 2025.
Great, thank you. So a motion by Councilmember Hicks, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. Let's vote.
Mayor, can I just clarify that that also includes the CEQA finding as part of your recommendation, Councilmember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now let's vote. Great, that passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. We'll move on to item 7, new business. Item 7.1 is our fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget status report and adjustments, and fiscal year 2025-26 preliminary general operating fund forecast. Finance and Administrative Services Director Derek Rampone and Assistant Finance and Administrative Services Director Gray Sang will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. We'll turn it over to staff.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, and council members. As you introduced me already, it's Grace and I tonight, and so let me just share the screen here. Okay, 1 second. All right. So the item you have before you tonight has a few components. First is the fiscal year 24-25 mid-year budget status report, which provides an update on estimated operating results for the current fiscal year based on current revenue and expenditure trends that are approximately midway through the fiscal year. Second, we have a 6-month status update on the current fiscal year's performance measures. There's also a general operating fund forecast for the next fiscal year based on limited data and financial assumptions from information available at this time. And then next are proposed budget amendments for the current fiscal year, which include a few updates to position allocations. This slide presents an overview of the economy as a whole. We are experiencing a cooling of the economy from hot to normal, according to economists. While consumer spending does remain strong and is a main driver of the economy, we are starting to see the labor markets slowing. It should be noted that the labor markets are not in distress yet. With the number of layoffs announced in and around Washington recently, there is potential for a negative impact on the national unemployment rate. And as you can see on the slide, the stock market has been booming over the past year, driving up the net worth of most investors. Generally, household incomes and finances are strong, as consumer and mortgage debt ratios as a percentage of their discretionary and disposable incomes are at a level consistent with 40 years ago and are at or below the average over that time. This is all due to the strong growth in wages. And bankruptcies and foreclosures still remain low nationwide, with less than 0.1% of households experiencing these issues. The city has had a long history of sound fiscal practices. The city maintains fiscally prudent budgeting practices of balancing ongoing expenditures with ongoing revenues and only using one-time revenues for one-time costs, not for ongoing expenditures. In addition, the city makes it a priority to adopt structurally balanced operating budgets every year. In recent years, the city has experienced strong revenue growth, resulting in larger than normal operating balances at year end. These operating balances have allowed the city to address a portion of our unfunded liabilities, such as making additional payments directly to CalPERS to pay down the city's pension liability and fully funding the city's post-employment benefits due to retirees for health insurance. Another one of the city's practices is to build reserves in anticipation of potential budget constraints and to maintain sufficient funds to withstand any temporary declines in revenues. And in accordance with the Council Policy A11, the city's reserve policy designates various reserves that are set aside for a number of uses. Among them is the city's general fund reserve, which is required to be funded at a level of 20 to 25% of general operating fund expenditures and is currently funded at over 20%. This slide is just a reminder of the financial recognition the city has received and continues to receive. The city was awarded a AAA issuer credit rating by Standards & Poor's, one of the nation's top-ranked independent credit rating agencies. Because of the city's low debt burden and high property values and personal income levels, this was attained. At the time, Mountain View was one of only 3 California cities to receive this rating from S&P. Since then, additional cities have also received the accreditation. The city has also received the Excellence for Budget Presentation and Financial Reporting for the budget and the annual audit report from the Government Finance Officers Association. In addition to that, the purchasing section of the Finance and Administrative Services Department has been awarded the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement by the National Purchasing Institute. All of these awards are great examples of the excellent products the city prepares in the fields of budget, reporting, and procurement. Next is an overview of what's happening at the federal and state levels. Overall, the national economy started the calendar year 2025 in a good position, maintaining economic momentum from 2024. However, headwinds are developing. Inflation still remains a concern, with consumer prices remaining elevated. Adding pressure to inflation is the potential application of tariffs on goods imported from Canada, China, and Mexico, which could further cause increased pressure on prices of certain goods if the tariffs remain for an extended period of time or expand to other countries and goods. While inflation has come down a great deal over the past 2.5 years, the Federal Reserve's target rate of 2% has still not been reached. Consumer spending continues to be the driving force behind much of the economic growth the nation has been experiencing, even while prices of goods have risen. With that being said, the nation is facing significant potential challenges. On the political side, as with any new federal administration, shifting priorities and policy agendas could impact the economy, both positively and negatively. And adding to the complexity is the potential for a federal government shutdown next month. This disruption of federal operations could negatively impact economic activity and consumer confidence. Another challenge is the potential freezing of federal funds. As a city who spent $6.4 million in federal grants last year, a freeze on federal funding could negatively impact city services. A majority of this funding last year was from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, including $4.1 million for the Community Development Block Grant Program and $2 million for the Home Program. Both of these programs helped fund a rent relief program and converting the Crestview Hotel into Heartwood Apartments, a permanent supportive housing community. And in addition to the HUD funds, the city also received approximately $200,000 in funding from the U.S. Department of Transportation for upgrades of intersection traffic signal systems, specifically at Shoreline Boulevard and Villa Street. As of right now, it is unknown if or when or how this funding may be impacted. And at the state level, the state budget is largely balanced with use of some reserves. However, the state budget faces significant deficits in future years, which will need to be addressed. Now turning to the local economy, we have already started seeing signs of slowing. There is slowing or minimal growth in the city's major revenue sources, such as property taxes and sales tax. The city is not experiencing the same growth as it has in the past with property tax revenue, and sales tax revenue is flattening, especially as the state continues to conduct audits of sellers. While unemployment remains low, around 3%, local unemployment is expected to increase as corporate layoffs continue to occur in the area. Fewer employees working in the city not only impacts the local sales tax revenue generated, but also negatively impacts the city's business license tax revenue, as the city's business license tax is based on the number of people employed by each business. And finally, as we are all aware, the high cost of living in the Bay Area remains. Average home value in Mountain View is $2 million, with the median rent for all types of housing being over $3,000 per month. And this situation is not expected to improve anytime soon. Now turning to the 24-25 general operating fund, what we're estimating for this year. This shows a comparison of what staff is estimating for this current fiscal year compared to the actual amounts from the prior fiscal year and the current fiscal year adopted budget. As can be seen on this slide, the adopted budget estimated an ending operating balance of $1.3 million. Staff is now estimating the ending balance to be $8.2 million. However, it should be noted that this is before transferring any amounts to reserves that may need to be replenished, such as the general fund reserve I just talked to, that needs to always have funds going into it, and the parental leave reserve, among more other reserves that may need to be replenished, and monies that may need to be carried forward to be used to provide limited period funding in next fiscal year's budget. While the $8.2 million is better than what we expected, last year's operating balance at this time was $16.1 million, so we are realistically basically anticipating to have half of what we had at the end of June. The general operating fund is the single largest city fund and provides funding for the core community services of the city. This slide shows the revenue projection for the general operating fund for fiscal year 24-25 when compared to the adopted budget. As you can see, we're expecting revenues to come in slightly higher, only $3.5 million or 1.9% higher when compared to the adopted budget. This is a chart of all the general operating fund revenues by category. You can see that most revenues are expected to be mostly the same as the adopted budget, with a slight increases in some categories, but a significant decrease in sales tax. Sales tax is expected to come in $3 million lower than the budget due to slower spending in most categories, sales tax categories, and audit adjustments made by the state of California. Now turning to expenditures in the general operating fund, they're expected to be lower by $3.6 million or 2% when compared to the adopted budget for fiscal year 24-25. Details on these expenditures are shown in this slide. As you can see, we're showing the largest savings is in the salaries and benefits as they continue to drive expenditure savings. There are currently 75 vacancies in regular non-hourly positions at the city. Although this is less than last year, turnover does remain steady as most government agencies are experiencing. This slide shows a snapshot of how other major funds of the city are expected to end the fiscal year. The Development Services Fund revenues are projected to come in lower than budget, and so are their expenditures. It is expected that this fund will continue to have a deficit at the close of this fiscal year, which should be corrected in the future once updated fees have been established. The Shoreline Golf and Restaurant Fund revenues are currently trending slightly lower than budget, and so are expenditures. So overall, an operating balance is still expected in this fund. The Shoreline Regional Park Community Fund is also trending to have revenues below budget, with expenditures also expected to be lower than budget. Turning to the Water Fund, revenues are expected to actually be higher than the budget, and expenditures are expected to be lower than the budget. So this should result in better than expected operating results for the Water Fund. The Wastewater Fund also expected to have revenues that are higher than budget and expenditures below budget. This will also result in a better than expected results for the wastewater fund. And finally, the solid waste management fund, their revenues are expected to be slightly lower than budget, with expenditures also expected to be lower than budget. But this will result in a slightly better than expected operating deficit in this fund this year. Now we're going to turn to the mid-year budget adjustments. This is a summary of the staff's recommended mid-year budget adjustments by fund type. As you can see, a majority of these amendments are in other funds, such as special revenue funds and capital projects funds. Further details on these proposed amendments can also be found starting on page 29 in the staff report. Now turning to the future, fiscal year 25-26. Details for this forecast start on page 34 of the staff report, but as you can see on this chart, the general operating fund revenues are flattening while expenditures are on a steady rise, leading to a much smaller operating balance as mentioned previously. Staff is projecting an operating balance of $1.4 million for next year. It should be noted that this projected operating balance does not include any fiscal year 25-26 ongoing budget requests that are currently under review by the city manager and budget team. Staff is currently analyzing projected revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 25-26 and will have updated projections when the recommended budget is finalized and presented in June, in addition to the workshop that we'll be having in April. As of now, staff is projecting revenues to grow by only 3% or $5.6 million next year when compared to this year's estimated actuals. And on the flip side, we're projecting expenditures to grow by $12.5 million or nearly 7% next year when compared to this year's estimated actuals. Related to the forecast for next year, we have some assumptions. As you know, nobody has a crystal ball. We are using current data with input from economists and consultants to build our forecast. With that being said, we have assumed a 2% increase in the property tax base. The hotel tax or the transit occupancy tax is expected to remain steady. Business license revenue is declining based on less headcount of employees in the city. Staff is assuming a 2% inflation on revenue associated with city leases where the city is the lessor. And as stated earlier, revenue growth is expected to be minimal, with expenditures increasing at a higher rate than revenues. Some of the risks or unknowns when developing the forecast are what will happen to inflation and how long will it take to get back to the 2% target set by the feds, and what are the policies coming out of Washington and how they may impact the local economy. To wrap it all up, I have listed next steps in the budget process on this slide. As you can see, there's pretty much something every month from now until June, including a CIP study session next month, a preliminary review of next year's recommended budget on April 8th, public hearings for CDBG and home programs, and another CIP study session in May. And then on June 10th, we'll have the public hearing for the recommended budget. And finally, on June 24th, the operating budget will be adopted along with the CIP budget. And with that, I thank you for your time, and we're here to happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Does any member of the council have questions? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you for the presentation and for the report. I'm glad that there were only 17 slides and not a slide for every page of the 48-page staff report. I want to ask about the response to question 33 in the packet. And thank you, staff, for responding to the questions submitted in advance. This is a question regarding revenue generated from the construction tax. I already know the answer, but I was so stunned that I have no choice but to ask it in public. Can you? So this is like thousands, right? You're talking about that this is like $10 million, right?
Correct. No, those are in real numbers, $10,000.
How is it so low?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I may ask the CDD director as well, but it looks like this fee has been enacted by the voters back in the 70s. And so you know, as we looked at our fees, it's something we'll definitely be researching, I think, after coming out of this meeting. But it is a very low fee based on $150, I think, for residential, single family, and it's been around since the 70s. But I don't know if Christian has anything anyone would like to add.
That's right. Good evening, Council. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. As the FAST Director indicated, this tax was enacted in 1973. We are still researching the last update of the tax amount, but it is currently up to $150 per single family unit, and it goes down on a per unit basis for larger unit types from there. And so that clearly hasn't kept pace with inflation. In $1973, that's equivalent to about $1,100. That still wouldn't generate, meaningful revenue, given that this is restricted to funding capital projects. And so even at $80,000, if we were to have adjusted for inflation, it wouldn't necessarily fund much in the way of capital project work. Beyond that, I think we would need to do more research on the origins and reasoning for this particular tax.
Thank you. So because you've said tax, what that tells me is that if we wanted to increase it, we'd have to go to the voters, right?
We think that is likely the case. And to clarify, we're not sure if the voters or the council imposed the tax in 1973, but in any case, under current law, a change in the tax would likely require voter approval.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Hicks.
So first a comment, I know this is not the comments section, but my question is generated by the comment. To me, the big takeaway is that revenues are flattening while expenditures are rising, mostly with inflation, I would expect. So keeping our eye on that is important. And one of the things that council has talked about and that is on my mind is doing a TOT revenue measure. TOT not having to do with toddlers, it's a hotel tax. So if we were to do one of those in the near future, what would be the best timing?
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So the next election, 2026, 2028, I think that there are likely to be a number of ideas that council members have for a potential revenue measure in 26. To remind council and for the public, this a TOT increase was explored for the last election in 2024, and the council decided to move forward with a increase to our property transfer tax. However, it has been desired to increase the TOT for quite some time. Currently, Mountain View is at 10%, which we are the lowest rate in the region. I think almost every other agency has moved off of 10% and is north of around 13 or 14% and higher. So that's certainly something that staff would recommend council looking at for 2026, among other potential ideas.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah. So I have a question I've been reading this and been away for a while, but I'm seeing a bunch of taxes. Our fees haven't been adjusted for 10 years. The TOT tax hasn't been done. This conveyance tax hasn't been updated. So I'm concerned that there are other revenue streams that haven't been reviewed or dug deep to say, hey, let's bring them all current. So is there any comprehensive plan to say, okay, here's all of our potential revenue sources, and are we going to update them?
Thanks for the question. I think it all starts with the user fee study that we are currently addressing. We have not done a comprehensive look at all the other taxes or rates that we're charging customers currently, but that'd be something that we can definitely look at. I don't know if Kimber.
Thank you. Yes. So, Councilmember McAllister, you raise a good point in that we do have a lot of options and opportunities to review. I will say that we did review holistically the options for various tax increases as part of the exercise we went through on where to go for the 2024 revenue measure. Also, in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of new state laws and barriers, frankly, that have come about giving local governments the ability to just increase fees or taxes. We must go to the voters instead of just increasing certain fees or taxes. And we do have a master fee study underway right now. That's something that will come to council as part of your update in April. So your preliminary review of the budget will include a preliminary review of these increases to our master fees. Those have not been increased in over 10 years and really should be increased and looked at every 5 years. So we really have started to take a deep dive. I think things just kind of got a little, I would say, put on the burner during the pandemic, but now we're really actively trying to be looking at and being more aggressive towards where we can really get cost recovery and maximize our revenue streams. So it's certainly something that we will be looking at, especially over these next budget cycle.
When you said holistic, so did you come across any other revenue streams that have been overlooked?
So I would say one of the interesting things that was discussed as part of potential revenue measure items was even looking at our business license tax. The way that it was enacted as a head count has not done us any favors, given that the economy has impacted the number of employees in Mountain View. So the fact that our business license tax is based on head count, it's steadily been decreasing by a pretty significant amount. It's been more than 15% since it was changed in 2018. So it was discussed about doing a gross receipt, looking at business license tax based on gross receipts, which some agencies and some cities have moved towards. We looked at various revenue measures and taxes, and where the ad hoc committee of the revenue ad hoc committee and council landed with the increase to the property transfer tax, not only did it pull very well, but it was also going to net us more revenue than other revenue increase sources. So while TOT was a great option, it wasn't going to net the city as much money as the property transfer tax increase will. So we have looked at all of those sources, and I think that is likely going to be all on the table for 26 as well, given that our revenues are not increasing the way that they should.
Thank you. So on the fee schedule, which are the fees that for rec department, anybody for so forth, and it hasn't been 10 years, do you have any crystal ball reading that how much will come out of that, the increases? And then are we going to implement them quickly, or are we just going to phase them in?
Thank you for the question. We don't have a numerical amount of the increase. We do feel like the fees are being undercharged currently. So we expect a significant increase. It will be up to the council to decide how much subsidizing the cost recovery could be, if it's 100% cost recovery versus a lower amount maybe for some services, as other cities have chosen to do. So it's kind of yet to remain to be seen, but we do anticipate there will be a large increase in overall revenue.
Again, ballpark percentage-wise, or just?
Some fees could be double.
Okay. And the other questions, you were talking about reserves. Has the city used reserves for anything in the last 10 years or 5 years? Let's say the last 5 years. So when you say structural balance or.
Thank you, Councilmember. Grace San, Assistant Finance Administrative Service Director. Thank you for the questions. The city has used reserve for certain projects in the past. For example, we have used the reserve for the sustainability project, some of the special projects that council member finds the needs to support. So that's one of the examples.
Have any reserves been for capital improvement projects?
Yes, we do have a reserve for capital improvement, and then that also is part of the funding that we use for some of the CIP project in the past.
So you are using reserves?
Correct.
Are you replenishing this with reserves, or are you reevaluating the amount of money that needs to be in that reserve?
Council member, I can take that item. So we replenish most of our reserves every year and also use a majority of the reserves every year. Another reserve that has frequently been used, especially in the past several years, is the strategic property acquisition reserve, where the city has acquired various properties, not just for new parks for the future, but for other operating needs and other favorable, I think, future endeavors that the city is going to undertake. We mentioned earlier the pilot parental leave reserve. So this was a new policy that council enacted last year that pays for 8 weeks of paid parental leave for the birth, adoption, or fostering of a child. And so that was something that's really been a competitive advantage to the city for both recruitment and retention of employees. We have a number of other reserves that we use. They are detailed in the budget, but we can certainly make sure that we're calling those out and pointing them out, especially in April when we come with the preliminary recommended budget, because at that point you'll see all the reserves, how much money has been both put in and used. And there are quite a number of reserves. We have the public safety building reserve. We're going to be using that to help fund the future construction of the public safety building. So there's just a few off the top of my head, but we certainly put in and must put in. Some of them have a requirement to put in a certain amount, like the general operating fund reserve, and others we put in as we can. So it really just depends on what council approves when you adopt the budget.
So are some of these reserves requirements council driven and some are state driven?
That would be accurate. So I would say staff generally makes recommendations to the reserves, and then council might react to that or have some ideas. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're primarily state driven, but some might be.
So this council can review the amount of reserves if needed to lower what you put as the amount if they so desired.
Correct. So one example I can think of is, I believe our general operating fund reserve is 25%. And I know other agencies don't have that high of a reserve amount. Other agencies have 20%, some a little bit even lower. So what that means is that it frees up ongoing revenue for the city. So still maintaining a healthy and prudent reserve, but maybe in the past that worked to be ultra conservative, but there's things that council could decide to tweak in the future if you felt like the thresholds were a little bit, maybe they didn't need to be as high as they currently are. But yes, you do have that in your authority to do.
Do you know the last time the reserves were looked at to see if they were current or relevant?
I do not recall the last time they were looked at in terms of the threshold, but it sounds like our assistant director has info.
Yes, thank you for the questions. We actually look at Council Policy A11 that drive our reserve, and we have updated Council Policy A11 last year. And then that reserve policy was reviewed by the CFC.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other council questions? All right, not seeing any, we can move on to public comment. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone. I see one person in person and none online. So Albert, you get 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, my presentation is much longer than can fit in 3 minutes, and I've submitted that, and hopefully you and the public will read my notes to these slides. So I'll just highlight some of the things and kind of the overall background of this. This really kind of arose out by chance. I happened to go to San Mateo a few times last year, meeting friends for lunch, I was struck by how nice their downtown was. I love the Japanese garden there. I know they have a pretty good park system. So then I just looked online to see what kind of city is San Mateo compared to Mountain View. And I was really surprised. It's very similar in a lot of ways. Next slide, please. So I looked, I downloaded the budget documents for both cities. They're both very large. Mountain View is quite a bit larger. And next slide, please. And so I did a comparison. Oh, first of all, these are just data from the census. And again, just summarize how similar the cities are in general. San Mateo has about a 30% larger population. Land areas are almost identical. Mountain View tends to be a little more affluent. And I'll leave it at that. Next slide, please. So then I looked through the budget. And these next two slides just excerpt line items from the budget. I created a big spreadsheet for all those things. And these are just sort of the highlights of the main differences. Mountain View just has a very much larger budget compared to San Mateo in almost every respect. And then I looked at the department expenses, and these are the really big differences. For example, finance and admin services. Mountain View has 38 people, San Mateo has 17, and the Mountain View's budget is $15 million versus $4 million for San Mateo. Next slide, please. And some of the things are pretty similar. I didn't put these on there, but like fire and police are pretty comparable. I mean, it'd be what do you expect? And Mountain View's also spending a lot more on capital improvement projects, things like that. And overall, per capita expenditures in Mountain View is almost twice what it is in San Mateo. Next slide, please. So what are we getting for this? Well, I like parks, so I looked at what's the park situation. Turns out, Mountain View has a lot more parks, but the median size is less than 1 acre. We have a lot of tiny parks. San Mateo has fewer parks, but the median is 4 acres. And if you take out the two largest parks in both cities, which are pretty much nature preserves, San Mateo looks even better. Next slide, please. And the next two slides, and you can go to the next one too. Just compare the two downtowns. Those yellow areas are streets with active storefronts. I actually walked all those streets in San Mateo. And what really struck me was I didn't see a single vacant storefront there. And they do have their own sort of pedestrian mall and stuff like that, but most of the streets are pretty busy with vehicular traffic. And
Great, thank you. All right, that concludes our public comment, and we do not have any virtual public comment. So we will bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move to approve the staff recommendation, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the fiscal year 2024 to 25 adopted budget to 1, reduce revenue appropriations by $166,300,000 in the general operating fund, 2, appropriate $210,000 in the general fund parental leave reserve for the parental leave program, appropriate $200,000 in the Public Works Department solid waste landfill 544 acres fund for landfill operating costs, appropriate $100,000 in the City Manager's Office general non-operating fund for the Community for All grant program, $32,400 in the Community Services Department general non-operating fund for the annual Pride event, appropriate $15,200 in the City Council's budget general non-operating fund for new council members per term allowances. 3, transfer and appropriate $1,495,849 from the Parkland Dedication Fund to CIP 25-38, Eagle Park Pool Improvements. Transfer and appropriate $45,000 from the General Fund Transportation Reserve to CIP 23-31, Street Construction, Miramonte Avenue. Transfer and appropriate $25,000 of Water Fund appropriations from CIP 24-06, Water and Recycled Water System Improvement to CIP 23-42, Miramonte Reserve Fence Replacement Project by $25,000, net zero impact. And 4, increase appropriations by $260,000 in the Community Development Department's general operating fund, decrease appropriations by $272,000 in the Community Development
Department's Development Services Fund and approve the reallocation of positions in the Community Development Department from the Development Services Fund to the General Operating Fund for project and program expenditures to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Shoreline Regional Park Community amending the fiscal year 2024 to 25 adopted budget to 1, reduce revenue appropriations by $1,098,200 in the Shoreline Regional Park Community Fund. 2, transfer and appropriate $5,000 of Shoreline Regional Park Community Fund appropriations from CIP 24-24 NBS semi-annual traffic counts to CIP 25-24 NBS semi-annual traffic counts by $5,000, net zero impact. And 3, increase appropriations by $12,000 in the Community Development Department's Shoreline Regional Park Community Fund, and approve the reallocation of positions in the Community Development Department from the Development Services Fund to the Shoreline Regional Park Community Fund for project and program expenditures to be read in title only, further reading waived. I did want to, so that's the motion, and I did want to commend and praise and make sure, if it hasn't already been referenced, the city manager's recommendations to include or to restore the Community for All grant program. I really appreciate, and it's very timely, as I think was referenced earlier in the meeting. So I'm very excited to see that program return and do some good in our community. And then also the CSD recommendation to create an annual Pride event. So it's very excited to see that, and really appreciate the recommendations to include that in the mid-year budget. That's great. And I did want to suggest, I'm not going to volunteer to do another revenue measure campaign in 2026, but I feel pretty strongly if we're going to look at revenue, then maybe the construction or tax that we were talking about earlier is a good place to start if there aren't other constraints that we need to be wary of. But even a 0.01% tax on the valuation of buildings of the construction cost would generate more money than we're getting now. And you could probably still cap that, so in the event you have a multi-billion-dollar construction cost, even a fraction of a percent could end up being a non-trivial number. Even if you were to cap it, it would still generate more money. Yes, exactly, than what we're getting with the current regulatory framework. So very grateful for your research and work, and looking forward to moving on to the budget process for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would like to thank staff too for all the work that you've done to get to this point, and thank Councilmember Ramirez for reading that incredible list of numbers that had to be read to make this work. And I also think that the Community for All grants are something that we can do to build community here, make people feel more welcome, and generally pull people together, which is, it's not you don't think of it in terms of monetary accomplishments, but it's very important and very important for the fiber of our community. So I'm really important to see that in many of our other programs going forward. And I'm also delighted that things are not as strong financially as they may have been in some years past, but we are still in very good financial situation. And that's really important. We have built that on the backbone of many decades of good fiscal management, and it's paid off. Another thing I wanted to mention is that when we, in Silicon Valley, we always see these fluctuations in tech communication, tech jobs and the economy. And we have some years when there's tech jobs are just booming, and other years where people are being laid off, which is really sad for those individuals. It's hard on our economy, but there is a silver lining for government, because during those periods when tech jobs are so hard to find or people are being laid off, government jobs look much more appealing. And we are able to recruit really high caliber people, which is over the long pull what makes sure that we get to provide top-notch government services. So I just want to mention, we have 75 vacancies. Anybody that's listening, please apply. And I also think that it is a time for us to think about, we can't add a lot of people, but if there are strategic positions that want to be brought forth in the budget process, I think that it is something to look at, because this kind of an economic situation is so positive for recruitment of government workers. So thank you so much for your work. I will definitely be supporting this.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
I was just going to second it, but for some comments, I'm very happy that there were some forward thinking in terms of some of our shifts in where we're putting our money in. And a lot of it is because we already had our values set there, so we didn't have to react significantly. So we're looking at the Community for All grants. It's already in our deep values, so that it's ready when our community does need something like this, like that kind of action to take. I view the same thing as we are essentially building on our original, I guess it's a program, where Councilmember Clark was the one that brought it up when we started raising the pride flag, and that we're building on it. I remember sitting in the back of the room when not when it was initially proposed, but when it was proposed to be essentially a permanent program at that point. And it was perfect timing, because by the time we wrote, well, I wasn't part of the council at the time, but by the time you rose the flag up for Pride that particular year, it was shortly after the Pulse shooting. And it was so much more impactful, but it's not something that essentially, because we didn't do it because we were reacting to it. We did it because it was our values set. And I appreciate the forward thinking of our staff to essentially make this happen, because it does take a while for things in government to happen. And so if we have forward thinking staff and a supportive council in that forward thinking, we can actually anticipate when that need happens. So thank you to staff. Let's go.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, an observation, and this is going to be tied into a little bit for our next item, is that when we're doing all of our budgeting, we need to take a look at inflation and how it erodes our capital improvement projects, because you'll see an estimate at one time, and there was this one for the sea level rise at $122 million, and it's not really reflective of the true costs. And so when we look at our budgeting, we need to look at projects that can actually get done within a reasonable amount of time, so that we aren't constantly changing money from one pocket to the other to get the project done. So that's an observation that I think is important for us, is that we get the projects done, and that we don't have to continually reinvest money or take it from one pocket to put in the other to finish something up. And that is something the council could look at and come up with some potential policies or guidance for the staff, because they're working really hard to make sure we're budgeted in certain areas. But it's something that I noticed, that it costs us a lot of money because of inflation and the way our carrying costs are going down the path. So just something to think about.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'll also start off by thanking staff for the clear and readable support. Write up on a difficult subject. I particularly like reading the overall economic background. And I will be supporting the motion. I think, as I said during questions, my overall takeaway is that revenue is flattening, but costs are rising. And I see, we've been talking about them. I see a lot of options for revenue measures and general updating. And I would just say I wouldn't pick any particular one at this point, but I want to know which do a study and see which will be most optimal, which will bring in the most revenue, because we can't do everything. I also wanted to point out, and I think this was reflected in Mr. Jean's presentation as well, that it's not just revenue measures, it's also we bring in a good amount of revenue through restaurants. I spoke about hotel tax before, but also restaurants and the sales tax, and San Mateo seems to be bringing in maybe even more per block or whatever. So we now have our economic vitality manager position is open, and I think we should focus on that, as it's something that residents want to see, a really vital downtown and other restaurant and retail areas in the city. But I think it's also a good revenue source, and I know it's one that other cities rely on more than we do. So keep that in mind. And again, I'll be supporting the motion.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, I'll add some comments, which is, yes, thank you to staff for the presentation and all your hard work. I really appreciate the questions that colleagues asked, and just want to share some of the things that rose to the top. Obviously, revenue generation, whether that be a tax measure or looking at other efficiencies. I think as this goes forward, I'd be really interested in the grants, and as the FASD director mentioned, we received quite a few federal grants, and so what does that might be for our mean for our fiscal future if those are not going to be available, and how we might be able to prepare. I'm not sure if that's possible. Related to the fee study, it was encouraging, I think, to hear, while there is quite a difference between the time frames and what we're charging, that in the council questions, someone asked, when can we see the updates to the fees, and that staff said that could be within 12 months. So I'm excited that could be, in the idea of revenue generation. And then just something that's been a thought is, as Councilmember Showalter was speaking, was if there's opportunities, is there cost savings if we bring things in-house versus consultants? And so would just be interested, as this goes forward, for staff to be able to share that. But I will be supporting the motion. So we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Ramos. If there's no other question or discussion, shall we vote? Great, thank you. And that passes unanimously. So before we move on to item 7.2, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break as we switch our staff. So we'll see you back here at 8:25. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. Welcome back. We're going to be moving to 7.2, Council Strategic Priorities and Fiscal Year 2025-2026 and 2026-27 Council Work Plan Project Identification. This item will be presented by Assistant City Manager Audrey Seymour Ramberg. Following her presentation, we will take public comment. After public comment, Council will deliberate on the 2 decision points for this evening. 1, reaffirmation of the current strategic priorities, and 2, determination of the list of projects to forward for staff analysis. Tonight's action does not determine the final work plan, rather the list of projects to be analyzed. Staff will bring this analysis back to Council on April 22nd with a recommended set of projects for Council approval. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the City Clerk now, and we will do the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I am Audrey Seymour Ramberg, Assistant City Manager, and I'm joined at the dais by Laurel James, Principal Management Analyst. And I'd also like to thank the other members of the team who've been working on this process, and that is Lindsay Hagan, Assistant Community Development Director, Amanda Rotella, Acting Economic Vitality Manager, Assistant City Manager Arn Andrews, and Senior Management Analyst Lindsay Wong in Community Services. And the purpose of the meeting, as the mayor noted, is to affirm the strategic priorities and discuss the potential project list to be advanced forward beyond tonight's meeting and become the basis for the 25 to 27 2-year cycle council work plan. This next slide shows the timeline for the process, and this reflects the process that was approved by Council at your January 28th meeting, and we are at step 3. Previous Council work plans have tended to be robust and comprehensive, with anywhere ranging from 40 to 70 projects since around 2019. And typically, it's been possible to accomplish within the 2-year work plan less than 50% of those projects. And that's why for this upcoming work plan, Council has requested a different approach that we are calling quality over quantity. And this is going to focus the city and its resources on successfully delivering a smaller number of projects in a timely manner. The target is to create a work plan of 10 to 14 projects thereabout, with a focus on high visibility projects that can be clearly tracked and communicating, showing progress towards achieving the council's strategic priorities. This approach right-sizes the work plan to fit current staff and fiscal resources. And it also frames the work plan within a bigger picture of city efforts, which include other special projects as well as ongoing programs and operations that all contribute to our strategic priorities. And it's those ongoing programmatic efforts that are what we refer to as below the waterline for the iceberg, and that takes up, we estimate, around 85% of staff capacity, leaving the remaining 15% for the special projects that change over time. And at the very top of that iceberg, of course, is the council's work plan. And what you have here, which I won't go over, is just an illustration of the way for one strategic priority, which is economic vitality, which has a couple of specific council work plan projects, and then a number of other special projects and ongoing efforts. So on the topic that I mentioned of right-sizing, capacity to deliver on priorities, an additional consideration is the way that special projects, including council work plan projects, can have a downstream effect. This means basically that an individual project might have many subsidiary projects or milestones, and then might require ongoing efforts to fully achieve the project. So we are coming to the close in the end of June of the current fiscal year's 23 to 25 council work plan, which had, when adopted, 41 projects. As reported in the staff report, there are 18 of those that are still in progress. Those are shown on the screen. With the first 8 in the list are expected to be completed in roughly the first 6 months of the new work plan cycle, which would take us to the end of calendar year 2025. So as the mayor mentioned, one of the directions that staff is seeking from council tonight is affirmation of the existing strategic priorities. These 7 were adopted in 2021 as part of a comprehensive process with extensive council deliberation and also informed by community input and city staff input. The 7 priorities continue to effectively capture the critical areas of city focus and all the projects that were put forward by council for the upcoming 25-27 work plan. And so at the appropriate time in tonight's agenda, we'll be seeking your affirmation or reaffirmation of those priorities. As for the consideration of the potential projects, I'm going to summarize that process here, and I know the mayor will be able to go over that again as you come to that point in the meeting and provide more detail and more clarity, just so that we all know how we're going to work through the project ideas. So each council member submitted 3 projects for discussion, with some overlap of council members suggesting the same project, and that resulted in there being 17 projects listed in the staff report for tonight. And these are a mix of new projects and existing projects. And what the process that we're proposing is to consider the projects in groupings, starting with the projects that have been submitted by more than one council member, and those are primarily related to existing projects, and those are primarily projects that are in the current 2023-25 work plan. There is another grouping of also existing projects, but those have been submitted by a single council member rather than by multiple council members. And then the final grouping would be the projects submitted by a single council member that are new and not on either the current council work plan or another staff work plan. So the mayor will be taking these groups in turn and facilitating discussion and taking straw poll votes. And staff, with the assistance that I will receive from Principal Analyst James, will track the votes and any combining or edits to projects that should come out of your discussion. One that I will put forward as staff is the recommendation to combine what I will show you shortly as Project 2, which relates to low and middle income home ownership, and Project 17, which relates to barriers in the development of condominiums, which is an important avenue for home ownership that is underdeveloped within the city. And that would be to result in a new combined project to develop a strategy to facilitate home ownership, including for low and middle income households, and then of course including through a variety of strategies, which would include condominium development. So I'm going to just not go through in great detail each of these groupings of projects. That will happen when the item comes back to council, where council members will be able to talk to the projects that they put forward and ask each other questions, and then determine which items have majority support to advance for analysis. But this is the grouping that I mentioned are mostly existing projects that are supported by more than one council member. And you'll see in the second row that staff is proposing combining projects 2 and 17, and that would be reflecting things that were put forward by Mayor Kamei, Councilmember Clark, and Councilmember Showalter. The other projects on this list are, as you can see, a Stevens Creek Trail extension, the R3 zoning standards, and developing a plan for the end of natural gas use by 2045. The next grouping are from our existing project list. They include the Race Equity and Inclusion Action Plan, access to broadband citywide, which was obviously an item at your study session earlier today. That item, as a study session, has been completed, but there is a suggestion by Council Member McAllister to take those next steps around extending access to broadband throughout the city. And the other projects on this list include one of the projects that had been deferred, which was to have a ballot measure in 2026 for updates to the city's charter. And in light of the conversation that the council members had with the mid-year budget report about the importance of revenue measures, staff would suggest that we also consider that timing would be important for a ballot measure for revenue in addition to charter cleanup. The final project on this slide has to do with cleanup changes to the city's municipal code. And then the final slide of groupings, these are things that are new, not from the current work plan or other staff work plans, and then they relate to project development standards, autonomous vehicle shuttle, vacant storefront window displays and pop-up programs, increase to the city's pavement condition index, updates to council policies and contracts and other template documents, a framework for supporting volunteer organizations in their work with the city, and then interim pickleball solutions. So I just want to spend the next final minute talking about next steps. The projects that are advanced with majority support from the council this evening will go to the departments who will analyze them using these criteria. These are the criteria that were approved by the council when you approved the process on January 28th. In addition, in that same time frame of March and April, we'll be bringing the list that comes out of tonight's meeting to the City Council's 11 advisory bodies in order to ask the members of those bodies to identify the top 3 projects that they see as priorities so that we can tabulate those counts and also identify any themes from their conversations to report back to you at your next meeting on this process, which is on April 22nd. And following that meeting, where you will be presented with our analysis and a recommendation, you'll have the opportunity to approve the projects, which will then come back for final adoption with the budget at your June 24th meeting. So that concludes staff's presentation, and I will turn it back over to the mayor.
Great, thank you very much. I know that Councilmember Hicks just had a quick question on process before we get to public comment, so I'll turn over to Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I should be on top of the process because I was on the subcommittee that made up the process, but I'm still unclear. So you have us presenting, our goal is to come up eventually with 10 to 14 projects to advance, is my understanding. And I'm wondering when we should refine it to the 10 to 14. Is it you know, are we aiming for 9 to 15 tonight? And I guess 9 would never be a problem, but for staff and committees and commissions to winnow down a little, or are we aiming for the 10 to 14 tonight?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hicks. In light of the number of projects that were submitted, which we didn't know what might be the total, could have potentially have been 21 projects if all council members had put forward different things, and also in light of the fact that so many of them are on our existing work plan, which we would had planned to continue existing work plan items. Its staff will, of course, do the analysis between now and April, but we're not asking council at this time to reduce the number of projects, and that won't be a goal of the advisory body input either. We will come back with recommendations, and quite possibly a recommendation that with the scopes that we might further define for the projects, we may be able to recommend the entire, which now would be 16 projects, if council does agree with staff's recommendation to combine projects 2 and 17. So what you're being asked to do tonight is just confirm that each of the 16 projects have at least majority support amongst the council so that it makes sense to advance them for staff analysis.
I see.
Does that
tonight
make sense?
we can either advance all of them or none of them if we want?
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll come back and see what the feedback is and maybe winnow it down more later. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I think, just for ease of the discussion, we thought we'd take everyone's input first, and then we can go through the 3 different buckets, the multiple council members, the existing and the new, and then we can just have a discussion as council rather than going back and forth between or public comment. So any other clarifying questions before we get to the public comment? All right, then we will start with the in-person, but I also wanted to let our those online know the intent is to engage in council questions as part of the deliberation of the work plan, which will take place after public comment. Consequently, council questions will be held until that time. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. So let's see, we have... We are going to set the timer for 1 minute and 30 seconds. And we will begin with Bruce Carney, followed by Robert Townsend, followed by Alex Brown, followed by Max Bozell, and then we'll move on to virtual. Thank you. And if you don't mind, perhaps queuing to my left, that would be great. So we'll begin with Bruce.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just one moment. Oh, it is going. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak on the important topic of prioritization of council and staff actions. I was here at the beginning of the meeting when Mr. Forrest Williams said, let's design the future now. And indeed, we should design the future now. We should look out to 2045, just as we look out to mid-June for the budget. We should know where we're going, and then we should figure out a plan to get there. And that's exactly what's been proposed, is setting the plan to get to the future that will be sustainable. The use of fossil fuels is an unsustainable behavior that humans have engaged in for the last 200 or 300 years. If humanity is to survive for the next century, we need to become a sustainable society. One of the many ways we need to do that is to get off natural gas. I sent the council of members a memo showing that as natural gas use declines, the price will creep up and then it will exponentially explode. As the level of gas use goes from what it is now to about 20% of what it is now, the price will go up by a factor of 8. So we need, on behalf of the citizens of Mountain View, to be among the first cities to decouple ourselves from this carbon pipeline. There's so much more I could say, but no more time to say it in. Thank you for the past support of sustainability in Mountain View, and I look forward to being one of the chosen priorities.
Robert Townsend.
Yes, thank you. I'm here on basically the same subject. We're facing an existential crisis with carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. I agree with the notion of ending gas distribution. I also feel that there needs to be an earlier stake in the ground where we stop selling gas appliances and gas furnaces so that we can allow those devices to reach their end of life and then change them to electric devices after that. Lastly, I believe that because the city has great financial strength, there can be a net zero cost financial process to allow people to transition from a gas device to an electric device, and it will save them money. But often there's no capital to make this transition. And if the city could use its beneficial interest rates to support the citizens making this transition to electrification, it would be of a great assistance. And in fact, vital for many, many residents. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Brown?
All right, so chapter 13 is just fortune telling. It's been repealed, but it's still in the Unicode. I don't know what it says because it's repealed. We got chapter 26, article 3, we got a bunch of definitions about dances. I'm just here to support Lucas and his proposal. I think we do need to clean this up. As amusing as it is to learn the difference between, public dance juvenile, public dance hall, taxi dance hall. Did you know what a taxi dance hall is? It's in the Unicode. You can find out. What are we doing? But no, I do fundamentals. Clean it up. Make sure that everything runs properly and set everything in order so that we can not have to worry about having to get a permit for dancing in the city officially. I hope you get it. I'm pulling for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Max Bozell.
Good evening, Council. It's nice to see everybody. Thanks for having us. I want to first tell you that I talked to some neighbors today, and we're very thankful that as a unanimous body, you supported quiet zones as part of the legislative priorities. And I would just like to encourage you to continue to support it through avenues, especially as it relates to Vision Zero. The National League of Cities has published an article on quiet zones and its relationship to Vision Zero, as well as the downtown Castro pedestrian mall and the benefits it would have in the 100 block, especially being able to eat outside. So please consider it as a part of your priorities, or if not, with the other initiatives that are being pursued under your direction. Thanks for your leadership and appreciate city staff work. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you. Terry Rowell. Then Jim Zaorski. Then Steve Fram.
Dear City Council members, my name is Terry Rail, and I've lived in Mountain View for over 35 years, and I'm the current president of Mountain View Tennis Club. We're closing in on 60 years of playing tennis at the Ringsdorf courts. We fully support the effort to have the City of Mountain View prioritize building the new dedicated pickleball facility. This has been a very slow process, and both sports are eager to have their own their own venues to continue to grow. We all want it to be a priority for the City Council for 2025. However, we are opposed to the interim pickleball proposal if it affects the tennis courts at Ringsdorf Park for these reasons. Tennis is growing too. In 2024, tennis in Northern California had the second highest participation rate in the country. The Mountain View Tennis Club has a contract with the city to use the courts at Ringsdorf. We pay thousands of dollars every year in court fees to the city to use the courts. The city also requires that we be incorporated, that we carry insurance, that we have a business license, and other requirements. Other reasons? Parking, noise to our neighbors, fairness. Hundreds of tennis players would...
Thank you. Jim Zaorski. Then Steve, then Kevin Lynn.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate everyone on council and the fact that most of you have jobs and most of you have limited bandwidth and can do what you can do, and you do a good job to do what you can, but we all have limited time. One of the things I saw on the list today that have me up front is that there's a lot of recommendations that are interim based on other recommendations that haven't been done yet. I think we're wasting our time and making lives difficult for staff and for council when we have to, for instance, not deal with the current Parks and Rec plan, which has been in the works for 4 years, to do an interim pickleball plan. I like pickleball. I think that it should be taken care of, but it should be taken care of within the context of a Parks and Rec plan, just like everything else that we need, like more open space, more park space in certain areas, and more everything. And that when we focus on things like an R3 housing plan, we can deal with the R3 housing elements underneath it and not have them as separate entities. Same thing with mid-level housing. We should come up with that mid-level housing criteria before we come up with scattershot mid-level plans that waste council's and staff's time. So I would urge the council to prioritize the headings before it dives into the subheadings and makes them priority items. And I only know parks, so I can use the pickleball example. I have nothing against pickleball. I think it's a great sport, and I think it should be taken care of, but it should be taken care of as part of a strategic integration.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Schramm. I'm a 30-year resident. I hear that you're considering a 2045 ban on natural gas on methane. And I just wanted to say a couple of things about that, because I'm sure there will be a lot of objections to us putting that in place and a lot of special interests against it. I'm in favor of it, and I just wanted to point out that along with the existential threat and the climate change and the fact that asthma is up and leaks of natural gas cause problems for our kids, it's also very dangerous. And I just wanted to remind you of what we all know happened in up in San Bruno in 2010. That pipeline exploded, 8 people were killed, over 50 were injured, over 100 houses were destroyed. And you might say, oh, well, it was an accident. But of course, the NTSB investigated this, and PG&E knew that just 8 miles away from that, in 1988, that pipeline had leaked due to bad welds. And instead of actually testing the whole pipe and figuring out what else was wrong with it, they just let it go until it blew up and killed people. So it's a danger, and the natural gas is provided by an unreliable partner, and we even pay them for the privilege as a city. For 70 years, we pay them a tax. So it's dangerous. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for our health, and we can't depend on this ticking time bomb to not explode underneath us. I don't like it. We don't need it. So let's set a marker in the future and start moving off of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Lynn, then Melanie Kay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, my time's short, so I'll try to make it quick. I'm heartened by the fact that there are council members pushing for R3 updates to R3 zoning. I would push the council to do more. The fundamental problem with suburban development patterns is that it is financially unsustainable. Now, this is not a problem that started in Mountain View, but it's a problem that Mountain View definitely has to fix. Now, the Mountain View website itself claims that the road network in Mountain View spans about 140 miles and will take about $685 million to replace. If you assume a standard life cycle of a road system about 30 years before it has to be replaced, that's about $20 million of investment every year. From 2020 to 2023, the city has only invested $4.7 million. To think that we can sustain the suburban development is pure fantasy. We have a good thing going, Castor Street. I believe the pedestrian mall is a good template for us to continue to expand towards more dense developments. If we look at Google Maps and Mountain View, the entire area is paved over. The only way we can grow and grow the tax base is by further densifying the area. I would start with trying to zone Castle Street and the areas around it with the CRA mixed-use zoning, and then go from there. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Kay, then Todd Disley.
I couldn't help but come back and speak on this one. As you all know, I'm definitely a proponent of historic preservation. And one thing that I think is really important in our city is to have design review and design review guidelines. I think it's extremely important so that we don't allow those who do not have any kind of design background, knowledge, or skills be the ones who design the look and feel of our community, be it old, be it new, be it in the future or the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd?
Hello, my name is Todd Disley. I'm the tennis operator at Cuesta Tennis Center. Happy to be here tonight and seeing many of you at our Arthur Ashe Tennis Champions event, and thank you guys for coming out and supporting. All about community, athletics, sports, parks. I love pickleball. I was one of the first guys doing pickleball. I think it's a great sport. It's reinvented people's lives and athleticism. It's brought families and community. I've been a part of the process with staff, Park and Rec Commission, trying to figure out how to do this. And I really think that they've come up with some good ideas at Cuesta Park. The current interim plan that right now needs to kind of be looked at, how well it's going. I know the tennis community has been, very patient. The pickleball people have been patient. It's kind of a tricky situation. I don't have all the solutions, but I know that that facility is not being managed. We manage at Cuesta Park, and there's a lot of user groups, a lot of people. It's very hard to balance it. And without anyone managing that site, it's kind of the Wild West out there. And I think it needs to really be thought of clearly in how you're going to handle that problem, because it's, community members, not community. It's two different ones. It's not mixing well. My dream is to have them all work together and have a real racket sports facility that everyone's, ping pong and tennis and padel and all these racket sports can all thrive together. But the way it's going right now, it's kind of making an adversarial relationship between the two. And I think you really need to think about how that is going to be solved going forward.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? All right, we'll move on to virtual. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. You hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Great. Okay. Really quickly, I know the time's short. 3 points. I am concerned about the risk of losing any of the projects listed under in-progress projects and also deferred projects, the two tables in the council report. As you know, these have already undergone significant amount of discussion and consideration, including with input from the community. Accordingly, dropping any of these should not be taken lightly. Second, for the council member submitted project proposing a pilot autonomous vehicle shuttle program, it sounds great. I ask that if you consider this, there be a requirement that the shuttles obey all vehicle code rules of the road, including newer ones that require drivers to provide specific distances from bicyclists and adjacent bikeways. I've noted myself that neither Waymo nor our community shuttle vehicles, for example, are currently honoring these ever. And lastly, any council members submitted projects addressing mobility and connectivity should honor the definition of what this category means. As stated online on the website, on the city's website, mobility and connectivity should, quote, develop a mobility network that enhances connectivity across Mountain View and establishes green corridors, and that promote transit and safe active transportation options that reduce single occupancy vehicle trips and traffic and increase walking and biking. That is, focus should be on walking and biking there, not on what makes it easier to drive your car around. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chamber of Commerce is next, followed by John Scarborough, Robert Cox, and Mary Dadio. So Chamber of Commerce, hi.
I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce, and we're pleased that the city is adopting a quality, not quantity approach to future planning, especially if it means accomplishing goals sooner and more effectively. We urge economic vitality to remain as one of the strategic priorities and the completion of the economic vitality strategy. We're also positive on vacant Ped Mall storefront window display and pop-up program. That's a mouthful. Noting that buildings stay vacant for years in the heart of downtown do not serve the public nor surrounding businesses. In addition, housing must remain a strategic priority. As has been noted multiple times during hearings on the housing element, it's one thing to zone for housing, it's quite another to ensure that it is actually economically feasible to build. In particular, there's still a gap between the types of projects the code allows and what city leadership actually desires. Inspectors can change mid-project and put in new revisions. The number and length of processes can lead to death by 1,000 cuts. So the Chamber supports design standards for streamlined and improved project development and revision to R3 zoning standards. Relatedly, organizational strength and good governance directly supports making processes cleaner, quicker, and less costly for the city as well as for businesses. These initiatives will significantly impact revitalization efforts for downtown and make it more cost-effective to build housing and other projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Scarborough.
Hi, City Council.
Today, I just want to say the strategic priorities look great. Thank you for your work on that, council and staff. I would like to continue with some of the existing ones, as Bruce England mentioned, and Max Bozell mentioned continuing the existing ones like Vision Zero. But the three I want to talk about now are the R3 update and other housing priorities. I would like those to be kept as a high priority. And it would be great to have those built without obsolete fuel. So I think the decarbonization and ending the flow of gas by 2045 is vital for that. And given the times we're in, I think it's a great time to be updating our race, equity, and inclusion plan, as well as looking at our other supporting documents like the charter and making sure that they are up to meeting the moment that we're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Cox.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity for Livable Mountain View to comment on the council's strategic priorities and work plan. In short, we support without qualification completing a funding agreement and beginning engineering for the Stevens Creek Trail extension, developing a plan for ending natural gas use by 2045, expanding access to broadband citywide, good start tonight, develop a downtown vacant storefront window display and pop-up program. We do have some questions about some of the other potentially promising proposals. We support strategies for facilitating low and middle income housing ownership and removing barriers to condo development. We ask what policies can be developed to make these goals a reality for our residents. Keep in mind, condo mapping, becoming condos can just be California dreaming if we don't have a way to get there. On implementing smart water meters and a pilot for autonomous vehicle shuttle, we want to know what exactly is going to be delivered to the residents and how it'll be paid for. And finally, for the framework to support volunteer organizations with the city, we want to know what volunteer organizations are envisioned, whether the groups will be self-nominating, will they be restricted to Mountain View residents, and how available will staff resources be? Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight.
Thank you. Mary Dadio, then Celia Paymer, then Michael Rogers, then Hala Alshwani.
Good evening, City Council. We're beginning to see how dangerous climate change is and to see how expensive the disasters can be. With our shoreline, our Mediterranean climate, Mountain View's risks include flooding, drought, extreme heat, and fire. So we know the solution is to stop burning fossil fuels as quickly as possible. With all the other things going on in people's lives, though, not everyone's focused on climate change, and we need our city to help bring that focus. Without a single-minded focus, it's easy to backtrack. So the Washington Post had an article 2 days ago about major AI companies, including Microsoft, Meta, and OpenAI, that are changing direction on sustainable energy and are planning on gas to power many of their AI data centers. There are actually over 200 gas-fueled power plants in development across the country. So I'm asking our city to maintain our focus on climate change and to show that it's possible to quit burning fossil fuels. Please set as a council goal to plan for end of gas flow in Mountain View by 2045.
Thank you. Celia Paymer.
Hello, I'm Celia Paymer. I'm a resident of Mountain View for about 15 years. And over the past few years, we've had the city do a lot of really hard work to engage citizens for community input on both the vision sharing process and the goal setting process. I think we need to continue to implement the input we have when choosing priorities. We've heard significant concern for both ecological and financial sustainability, biodiversity, and housing at almost every input session. As a result, we have worked to make plans around these projects and should complete those plans that we've already invested work and time into. This is not sunk cost fallacy. This is about efficiency for city staff to complete projects in order to actually make progress on our larger citizen and city goals. In creating many of the plans currently on the priority list, we've gathered even more community input, and we should use this input to guide us going forward with our priorities. Address the projects that support sustainability, biodiversity, and housing. There's one project on that list that doesn't fit these priorities. In fact, during the Parks and Rec strategic plan, the majority of residents surveyed placed pickleball plan as a low priority. I'm not saying a pickleball plan shouldn't be addressed, but it does not affect the literal future life and death of our children's world and will not result in children living on the street. As a result, I don't think it fits this priority list. We have a lot of things we need to address at the top level, and that's kind of below the water in the iceberg. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Rogers. I think you need to click it one more time, Michael.
Sorry, I didn't see the unmute button.
No problem.
I'm a former president of the Mountain View Tennis Club. I helped them incorporate as a 501c3 20 years ago. Currently an instructor in the Mountain View Junior Team Tennis Program. I helped start both Net Gang and the Tennis Advisory Board 20 years ago. Been a very outspoken advocate for building as many pickleball courts as practically possible, as quickly as possible. Pickleball is not a short-term fad, not going away. Problem here in Mountain View is we exacerbated the problem by expanding the pilot on top of the existing most used recreational tennis facility in the South Bay at Rengsdorf Park. Right? If we expand the pickleball capabilities at Rengsdorf Park, we put Mountain View Tennis Club out of business. We put Graham Middle School program out of business. The problem is we made a strategic mistake in starting the pilot there and expanding it there versus Palo Alto, which chose a secondary tennis facility and now have a great pickleball program at Mitchell Park. That drives the urgency in Mountain View so that we don't have ourselves adversarial to each other. Pickleball players are waiting hours at our limited facilities here, and they deserve better. It's a great sport. Lots of friends that play it. We need to figure out how to move quickly and build some pickleball courts. I have a more detailed email message that I have sent to City Council members and to staff members multiple times. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you. Hala.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I am here tonight to urge you to support the proposed goal to end the flow of methane gas in Mountain View by the year 2045. I urge you all to support this proposal and to advocate near future policies that would enable achieving this goal. Why do we need that? Natural gas shares many of coal's unattractive aspects. It's harmful to human health, dangerous to local communities, and it's a significant contributor to global warming, both when it's burned as fuel and when it's leaked to and released straight into the atmosphere. Our major electricity provider, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, has informed us that greenhouse gas emissions in Mountain View are at the highest level since just before the pandemic. We need policies to bring about rapid and dramatic reductions in carbon emissions to mitigate both the worst effects of climate extremes and the risks and harms of so-called natural gas. Please support targets for fossil fuel reduction now, and at the same time support current strategies and means for affordable renewable energy and storage technologies. Planning a long-term locally and collectively with other Bay areas is the key to keeping our community and our future healthy, sustainable, and
Great. From virtual to in-person, David.
I feel like I haven't been in person for quite a while. I'm David. I'm part of Mountain View YIMBY. I'm here primarily to say I think we should continue and finish the work on the R3 update. And I also think that the proposal for municipal cleanup sounds good, as well as anything we can do on streamlining building permits. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, last call for public comment, in person or virtual. All right, not seeing any. We will close public comment. Ms. Ramberg, would you display the strategic priorities, please?
Certainly.
Okay. So as noted in staff's presentation, the current strategic priorities were adopted with the 2021-23 work plan as part of a comprehensive strategic planning process with an intended 5 to 7 year time frame to span multiple 2-year work plan cycles. Are there any questions regarding the strategic priorities? Do council members wish to affirm these priorities? If there's no comment, a motion is in order to reaffirm. And those are the 7 strategic priorities. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to reaffirm the priorities.
Great, thank you. Motion by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. Is there any discussion, or shall we vote? Let's vote. Great. So our strategic priorities are reaffirmed unanimously. Now we will move on to the work plan projects. Ms. Ramberg, would you display the process for the discussion of the potential projects? And as she is doing that, the objective is to determine the list of projects to advance from the meeting for staff analysis. This determination will be made through straw polls, with projects receiving majority council support, 4 or more council members being advanced. We will consider the projects in groupings with the expectation that some of the projects will require more discussion than others. As appropriate, council members will be asked to present the projects that they submitted, focusing especially on the new projects. Since council members are familiar with existing projects, it may not be necessary for these projects to be separately discussed. So I am suggesting a 3-minute limit for each project that is being presented. If new, this will be followed by council member questions, deliberation, and straw polls. So the first grouping that we will be looking at are the projects submitted by more than one council member. 3 of these 4 are existing projects. For this group, I'll ask which, if any, of these projects council wishes to discuss. And if it's appropriate and there's no discussion, we would just take a straw poll on advancing all 4 projects. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say I was really pleased to see this list. You know, I only got to put forward 3. And so I was particularly pleased to see that somebody else put forward the Stevens Creek Trail. That's one of my favorite things. But I wanted to talk about this combination of 2 and 17. Basically, I think it's a good idea. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about what I mean by barriers to condominium production. Barriers could be the way we handle inspections. It could be financial things. I mean, there's a whole host of things that it could be, and some of them are within the control. I think what we really want to look at is what are those things that are within the control of the city of Mountain View to change, and versus things that are, you know, larger financial issues kind of outside of our control. And I wasn't sure when I read, you know, when I read staff's analysis. It was very brief, of course, because that's all where we are in this process, that was kind of coming through. Is that what everybody understood?
Staff does understand what you've clarified as you've raised those points, I think, at a prior meeting. So that is what we understand to be some of the examples of barriers to condominium development.
Excellent. And I would also just like to bring to everybody's attention, particularly my fellow council members, there's this great chart under question 49 that shows how many of various kinds of housing have been produced in the last 9 years. And particularly, we separated out condos and row houses and townhouses, which are sort of seen as the entry level for, for ownership in our community. There were 621 row houses and townhouses, but only 55 condos. So, I mean, that's not even 10%. That's a really low number. So we need to, and condos, stacked flats, are considerably more sustainable. So they're a better use of land. So I think that this is something we can do a lot better on. And also, I thought it was really telling in this little table too. We have 83% of the housing production was apartments, and only 1% was condos. So that's quite a disparity. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say at this point about the combination of these two projects, since I was one of the authors, and I think it's a great idea.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, address project number 4. I'll take that, Councilmember Showalter. So you don't have to use your time on that. We're now 3 minutes each.
No, that was supposed to be for the new.
Oh, okay. Oh, great.
But I think the Vice Mayor just wants to time herself, so that's.
I do.
That's for new.
But a lot of my climate advocacy has been focused on our youth. And I think about our future, and it's their future, their planet. And as we're planning, I don't know if I'm going to survive by 2045. We'll see. But I do want us to think about that future as we're building toward it. I thought I was being super clever by putting this as part of the decarbonization strategy, and then it would be an existing project, but I guess staff didn't agree with that. But I hope council will continue this through. I actually do hope that it will be part of the decarbonization strategy as part of a whole measure to save our planet. So thank you so much.
Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll allow staff the opportunity to respond, if that's all right. Great, thank you.
I think that would be entirely appropriate and within council's direction if you would like for, and it is the way that staff is looking to move forward or would be looking to move forward on an end of gas flow by 2045 is by having analysis around that be part of the decarbonization strategy. And we've already connected with the consultant that's working with the staff team on that.
Thank you. Great. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, so we're allowed to ask other people questions? So
this is the time, yes.
Yes, okay, on the complete funding, when do you expect funding to come about, and how long are we collecting the funds? Do we have the funds, and when do you think construction would begin?
I'd like to ask Public Works Director Jennifer Ng to come up and speak to the question around the timing for funding agreements for the Stevens Creek Trail extension.
Good evening, Jennifer Ng, Public Works Director. With respect to Stevens Creek Trail, there's currently a funding agreement that's currently in process with the City of Sunnyvale. We're going to be partnering together on a portion of that reach, and so that is currently underway. Once that's underway, then we will roll from that into completing conceptual design and final design, and then obviously construction follows after that.
So
did I answer the question?
No. What's the timeline? How many years?
I don't know that off the top of my head, and I'm going to look to Ed to see if he knows that.
Good evening, Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director. Is your question related to the timeline for beginning design, ending design, construction?
No. When will it be completed? When can people get on the trail?
The Stevens Creek Trail extension? Yes. It's a little harder question to answer, and the reason is it's a very large, significant project. So once we get through conceptual design, we need to fund the final design. But we expect the construction costs are going to be upwards of $30+ million. So we'll need to identify a funding plan on how that will be funded. And that happens through the conceptual design and design process. So it's difficult to determine when we'll have the funding available to start construction.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, on that one. I think Councilmember Showalter's on condos I've been pushing for condos conversions for a long time. But one thing that is out of our controls, and one of the big things that I hear about condos, is the 10-year liability, the developer liability. And so that's why we're not seeing condos. What happens after 10 years, they can go up to the very last day after 10 years and sue to have that property, whatever was wrong, to be rectified. So for that one, we really need to start working with our state legislators to get that changed, because we could do whatever we want, and that's what I hear is the barrier from getting the condos built is because of that 10-year builder's liability. So if we can get that going, that would be great, because I'm all for it. And I say condo conversions are affordable for kids of my children, because you're not rebuilding something at a higher cost. So I'd like to see that resolved. R3, so basically what I'm going to just make a general comment about everything that I see. I'd like to get things done in like a 2-year process. And everything that we see a lot of is that it's going to take years and millions of dollars to get funded. The project for ending natural gas, I think that's a worthwhile project too. But when I was talking to Mr. Carney, he was kind enough to give me some insight in it. But there's costs associated with it, and somebody else mentioned it, that we need to consider when we're going to do this, that one, natural gas is dangerous, but there's thousands of dollars for conversion costs that people are going to have to be aware of, and who's going to pay for it. At the time that this comes along, if it gets done sooner, you're going to have a lot of seniors. Where are they going to get the money? The cost of the apartments, who's going to pay for the conversion of all the apartments that we have in the city? Are we going to allow the property owners to pass that through? And I was having a great talk with Vice Mayor about that, how, what you can do on that. So there's a big cost there. The cost of potential propane was an example of something that might come along. There was also, other words that I heard was the cost of electricity will be coming down. Well, right now, or the cost of natural gas will be going up and a taller. But do we have the infrastructure in 5, 10, 20 years of electricity? And we see how expensive electricity is getting these days. So if we go down this and get this path, I would like to see that kind of information ingrained in this policy so that people aren't all of a sudden say, hey, it's a great deal. Oh, yeah, let's do it. But here's the true cost of trying to get this accomplished, so that actually you are preparing to do these transitions. Menlo Park had $4.5 million for conversion, and they can't get enough people to convert. Another consideration that has to be brought up is if we do go electricity and there's power outages, how are people going to warm their house? How are they going to cook? I know it's sort of maybe hard to grasp right now, but these are the type of questions. When we see these projects, we need to look to the future, and we need to start giving people answers so that when it comes about, they have options to think about. So that's a thought on that. And those are my thoughts on those 4 projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to share my appreciation to staff for your work in developing the process and bringing this item to us with, I think, some very helpful initial guidance as we consider how we want to develop our work plan for the next couple of years. I am excited about these projects, and I'll tip my hand a little bit and share that I plan to vote to advance every project that my colleagues have submitted, because I think all of these ideas have merit, and I think having additional analysis from staff will help us make the best decision at the conclusion of the process. I don't feel compelled to remove anything at this time, and I think the alternatives analysis or the scoping that staff will produce over the next few months will be very helpful, and especially for some of these, some of the more challenging proposals like the pickleball tennis item, where I think what we're learning is there are no great solutions that work for everybody, but I think because it has been so important to many members of our community, it does merit a little bit of time and attention. And then once staff has produced that analysis, we'll be able to make a decision. I did want to ask one question. I'm very excited about the two projects that are potentially going to be combined. Develop a strategy to facilitate low and middle income middle income home ownership, and then remove barriers to condominium development. Both of those are fantastic projects, and if they proceed as independent projects or if they are combined, I'm happy to support it either way. But I did want to check with the members of the council who submitted in any form those projects, whether you would feel comfortable including one of our housing element programs explicitly, which is to allow ADUs and SB9 duplexes to be condo mapped and conveyed separately. We have, clearly, state law has allowed these types of developments by right. While we haven't seen as many SB9 developments, we have seen a lot of ADU construction, and I feel there is an opportunity for property owners who may not want to be landlords, but who may want to take advantage of the value of their property and maybe sell an ADU to a family member or to somebody unrelated, and then give that new household an opportunity for entry-level home ownership in parts of our city where we're not likely to see significant or intense development. I feel like that is consistent with the intent, and it's especially since an ADU sold as a condo, or one half of a duplex sold as a condo, is almost certainly going to be much more affordable than a row house or a single family home. So this is, I see it as, I think it's Housing Element Program 1.6. I'll defer to the Community Development Director. I see, analyze new subdivision or condominium regulations for ADUs and SB9 dual urban opportunity developments. So if the members of the council who are recommending these items, if you would feel comfortable clarifying or explicitly including that housing element program, we have to do it anyway, then I would personally greatly appreciate it and be even more excited to support this project.
Okay, Councilmember Schulter.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I particularly think, like looking at the chart, we've had quite an upswing in ADU development, which is wonderful. So I'm definitely not opposed to that being included. But at the same time, I really think that the barriers to condo development, I'm really interested in looking at the ones for large stacked flat projects. And but I'm not opposed to including ADUs as well. I think that's a reasonable request.
Thank you.
Can I ask the Community Development Director to come down if that's possible? Because I just have some questions. I don't know if Councilmember Clark does, but I think what is the timing for the program 1.6 to come to council? And apologies to put you on the spot.
Good evening, Council. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. I believe the deadline for that program is the end of 2026, and so we anticipated to bring something to Council probably in early 2026, maybe late 2025, to discuss the possible options, and then bring it back for adoption later in the year before the housing element deadline at the end of 2026. If this is prioritized as a Council work plan item, we could potentially move it up sooner. I do think there's potentially a place for these regulations in this sort of combined program, given the focus on lower and middle income ownership opportunities. I think of it as sort of a continuum, and maybe at the very lower end, there are options for the condo conversion or subdivision of ADUs or SB9 2-unit developments, and then working up that continuum to Councilmember Showalter's consideration about larger stacked flat developments, which require very different policy interventions potentially. So it could be part if the council decides to go that route, and we could try to prioritize it sooner, potentially.
Okay. So I think Councilmember Ramirez, and I guess I want to try to put it in the form of a question. So it was 2 separate items. Now they're becoming 1 item. Now we're getting an additional third. This item has been on the work plan since 2019. So I think my concern on layering anything additional is that it will not get completed. And I have been elevating this project for the last 6 years. So I appreciate the collaborative spirit of colleagues, but if the program is going to come at the end of the year anyways, with final adoption in 26, my question is, does it make sense to combine all three? Like, I don't understand. I appreciate the continuum part, but I just, from a process standpoint, does it really behoove us to continue to stack these work plan projects together?
I mean, I think they're very different work products that would come out of this and require very different types of focus and policy approaches. And so I'm not sure that there's necessarily an economy to combining them. I think programmatically it makes sense, again, to the continuum or however you'd like to conceptualize it. I'm not sure it's going to hinder us to package it together and result in it being done later. There is a housing element obligation that is sort of independent of this council work plan discussion. It's challenging to think about how we would expedite it given all that's on the city staff's plate already with the housing element and other ongoing council priorities.
Okay, thank you very, very much. My understanding is tonight is the discussion. It's not a final, so perhaps staff can look at kind of, as Mr. Murdoch was saying, is there economy to put them together or not? I would look to staff for that, and maybe we can discuss the final determination when it comes back, Councilmember Ramirez, on April 22nd, just to see, since that item is moving already, and because we have the housing element deadline, it may be, I don't know if it'll get any faster. So, all right, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that too. Like wherever it makes the most sense, I'll go with whatever you all want to go with on that one. So I plan to take a slightly different approach. I'm probably not going to vote for every single project to proceed. I think, in my mind, it makes sense to start with a lot and at each meeting sort of focus our efforts on quality over quantity. So I'm looking more at 10-ish projects to advance out of the 16. But to address the ones that we're looking at right now, I'll just explain my rationale for a few of these. So with Stevens Creek Trail Extension, the impetus behind this for me was, one, it's a project that I'd love to see completed in my lifetime, and two, we've gone through periods of time where our neighbors have been more excited about this project at certain times than other times, depending on who's on the council there. And having talked with Mayor Klein about this, I think there's a window of opportunity now to at least move forward with the funding agreements and the initial engineering. I realize that this project isn't going to be completed in the next 4-ish years, but I think there's a window of opportunity now to work with them, one, on at least the frameworks of a funding agreement that would hopefully stand the test of time until we get to the point where we actually have the funding to make this happen with our neighbors. And then also, I think, as some of you saw from emails, they're also quite interested in the Evelyn Avenue corridor, which I think given this window of time where I think there's political alignment with both cities, I think it makes sense to consider both those. I realize Evelyn Avenue is kind of a different animal, but I think in my mind, they're both kind of working with our neighbors in Sunnyvale to make those things happen. So that's why I wanted to elevate this now, because I think there's a window of opportunity to at least advance, especially the Stevens Creek Trail Extension. For the low and middle income housing, I'm thinking about this as entry level ownership opportunities, and I appreciate Councilmember Showalter talking about stack flat condos, because those I think are one of the best entry level points, and also there's also townhomes, which have now even more expensive, but those also tend to be 2 and 3 stories, and so they're not as senior friendly as stack flat condos, where you have elevators and you in the complex that I'm in, which accounts for, I think, 51 or 52 of the 54 of the condos that have been constructed. There's many more in the pipeline. They're just sitting on those. They've just been getting extensions, so they just haven't started construction. But I can say, we have a really great diversity of folks within that complex, ranging in age from folks who are really wanted to downsize and everything's ADA accessible and their elevators, all the way down to folks who are starting families and your typical single techies. So I think I'd love to see more Stacked condos. I think there are things within our Councilmember McAllister rightly pointed out there. The liability issues are really significant. I know some of our state legislators have tried to work on that through the years, but there are also some barriers within our control. And I don't know if these have been addressed in the time period that I was gone, but at one point we had storage requirements from the 70s that end up taking an enormous amount of space and cost, at the expense of units that could be constructed, and being able to go even 1 or 2 stories above, being able to go to a 5th or 6th story instead of just 4 really makes a huge difference in terms of things penciling. So I think looking at the things within our control that would allow us to at least remove some of those barriers in the long run makes sense. R3, I really just wanted to make sure that we've spent so much time and effort on that I really just want to make sure that we see that through to its conclusion. And then ending natural gas by 2045, whether it makes sense, I just want to make sure that that ends up being a priority, whether it's in decarbonization plan, and maybe staff's recommendation is to elevate that plan and this within it. I don't know what it ultimately looks at, but I think studying where it belongs in order for us to prioritize it makes sense. So that's my rationale behind these particular 4.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I just had a procedural question. So I'm sure trying to understand that I think most of these projects will advance, and then you'll reprioritize blend it in with what we've already existed, and then make a determinations which go forward, or how's this working?
Thank you for the question. The analysis that will happen from what advances tonight is just to provide additional information to council regarding the analysis criteria that were up on the screen earlier, and any kind of comment that staff may have on scoping so that it's achievable within a 2-year time frame. Perhaps being able to answer some of the questions that have come up tonight that we could further flesh out so that when council has the item come back to you, you can adopt a final list, and we will be making a recommendation to you. And it's going to be based on these 16 projects. The existing council work plan projects that aren't being pulled into the upcoming 25-27 work plan would continue, but these become the top priority for 25-27. And there are the other, of the 18 that are in progress, many of them are on this list now for inclusion in 25-27.
So when the subcommittee came up and said, we want quality over quantity, where do we start reducing this number of projects?
There's already been a very significant reduction in the number of projects with the 16 that are before council tonight, compared to what our 23-25 work plan is, which is 41 projects. And so there may not be a need. 10 to 14 was a target, and when the Council Goals Committee met to talk about the process, they made the point that you could need quite a bit less than that if they were really large projects and they pulled from staff in the same departments, or you could conceivably have more than 14 projects if they were smaller in scope and they were spread across different departments. So it wasn't a hard and fast that 10 equals the quality over quantity or 14 equals.
Okay, so I guess I heard a comment over here. So it was the amount of projects that were proposed we were trying to reduce, not the existing projects on the, okay. Is there a process that, so when you look at all these, that there will be a consolidation of some projects that will be taken off the priority list once these are accepted, or everything that's on the existing work plans will be incorporated?
There is no intention from staff's perspective to remove any of these projects. There are 6 of them that are well underway that are anticipated to be completed within the first 6 months of the 25-27 work plan. Those are the Moffett Precise Plan, the Park and Rec Strategic Plan, Biodiversity Strategy, Urban Forest Plan, Dark Skies Ordinance, and Historic Preservation Ordinance. Then of the remaining of these 18 in progress, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them that have been pulled forward into the 25-27 work plan. So it isn't staff's intention to take any of these items and remove them. They would continue to be worked on, but they would be worked on at the pace that fits with staff capacity, with the addition of the new 25-27 work plan projects.
Because in your report where we do the analysis about the city manager department, there's the 19 items on priority A list, and yet you've only done 35% of those in the 2 years. So is that part of a consideration?
The city manager McCarthy's in the queue, so just wanted to turn it over to the city manager. Thank you. Apologies.
No, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember McAllister. So a couple questions I'll just provide a little more color on. So to the prior question you had that the assistant city manager was explaining, I want to give an example. So all of these things that are on the screen now are in your existing work plan. The ones that have the star will be finished very soon. So those are still continuing. They're huge projects that the council has advanced over the last couple of years. What the ad hoc committee put forward and what you all had the opportunity to do was to pretty much take from the existing list and say, we want to really highlight this other existing project to make sure that it gets done faster. So the example I would use is the micro mobility guidelines. So that project was in category C from your current work plan. So the current work plan has 3 categories. A, which are your very highest priority projects. B, which are still important, but would likely not be advanced as fast as category A. And then there was a few projects in category C that were important, but category C meant they would be worked on if time permitted. So the micromobility guidelines is currently in category C. So the fact that none of the council members elevated that as a higher project means that even though these in-progress projects are going to continue, it's very likely that the micromobility guidelines is going to basically continue at a slower pace, and it might not be done in the next 2 years because we're going to be working on your top priority projects, which maybe there's 10 of them, maybe there's 13, maybe there's 14, but that's really what your April meeting is going to help do for staff, is focus us on your high priority projects. I've heard different things tonight, whether you want to advance all of them or some of them, but we'll be able to bring you all more information in April with some of the specifics about what staff thinks about the timelines for these. So I think to your second question you just asked, which is, can we get all of this done within a 2-year time frame? Because that performance measure you just asked about, only 30-some%, that we wanted to make sure that council and the public saw that, because we're not able to accomplish all of the multitude of projects that we have on our list now because we have so many other things going on. So this quality over quantity approach means that we want council to give us guidance on your very most important projects that you really want us to focus on, those are going to be elevated above all others except these ones that are starred. So these ones that are starred are already in progress and coming to you all mainly before the end of this calendar year. So I hope that's helpful, but that's why the performance metric is so low.
So you expect to get the ones that are proposed tonight started within 2 years? Or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for the discussion. So we'll move back to the multiple submittals. If there were any other questions about this item, or I believe all council members spoke to the different topics. I feel Councilmember Clark summarized where I am and why I elevated the Stevens Creek Trail. I know that Sunnyvale has received quite a few grants, which are, make it so that it's a timely decision. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I just wanted to kind of echo what Councilmember Clark said about the Evelyn Trail. Sunnyvale has really changed its tune in the last decade about their support of trails that sort of border Mountain View. And I think as good neighbors, we want to take advantage of that. And so I was very pleased to hear you bring up the Evelyn Trail as well. I had intended to do that. And we got a lot of mail about it, so there are a lot of people in the community who think that's a good idea. So I hope we're gonna, add that one in.
Great. So I think that sounds like it concludes the discussion on this slide for multiple submittals. So I'd ask, shall we take a straw poll on the group as a whole, or staff?
I have one clarifying question based on Councilmember Showalter's comment, building on Councilmember Clark's comment, to see if the council would like to have item 1 include looking at the feasibility of including the Evelyn stretch as part of that project.
And Mayor, may I? So I'd like to ask either our director or assistant director to come up. They are two totally separate projects. So if council is interested in adding the Evelyn extension, it would be a separate project. It wouldn't be linked with number 1. So if our director or assistant director could briefly speak to that, it would be something that staff will have to look at. If council gives us that direction, we can certainly do that, but it would likely come back as a separate project with separate analysis. So could you speak to that?
Thanks, Kimbra. So yes, they are two separate and distinct projects. They don't connect and they don't overlap. So Stevens Creek Trail, we talked about earlier. Evelyn Bikeway, I believe is the name of the project here in Mountain View. Basically what it would do is it would pick up at the border at Bernardo, where Sunnyvale intends to end their multi-use trail, and then take it all the way to the Castro Street station. So once both segments in Mountain View and Sunnyvale are complete, the two train stations will be connected by this trail. We are currently in the very early stages of the Evelyn Bikeway project. We recently received a grant from the MTC, and so we're going to start preliminary engineering, and outreach will be starting later this year on that project. So we're still very early on. I do think it makes sense with respect to the timing that Sunnyvale does go first, because they'll build their first segment, like I said, end at Bernardo, and then we'll pick up from Bernardo and continue on to the Castro station.
So is that, in terms of our discussion tonight, is that just going to happen and we don't really need to elevate it?
It's on the work plan. Right now, if you picked up the CIP budget book, it would show a planned expenditure in 26-27 of about $10 million, and that's for construction. We did get a late start on design, so as we bring the CIP, Ed, bring the CIP forward to you, in a couple of months, you'll see that we're probably going to push that out by a year or so.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So I think, at least given that it'll be coming forward, I think that I'm okay with
the list? Okay. So to staff, would you like us to do a straw poll on these items that are on this slide, or did you hear general consensus?
I did hear general consensus.
Great.
But if anybody has anything else to add, otherwise we'll move on to the next grouping.
I think we're ready to, if folks want to, but I think there was general consensus, so we can move on to the next grouping if colleagues are okay with that. Great. So the second grouping is of the existing projects that were submitted by a single council member. Similar to the first group, for this group, I will ask which, if any, of these projects council wishes to discuss. And then if we do not hear a majority, we would take a straw poll for the group of projects or individual projects as appropriate. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any projects in this category, so I'm just going to say I support all these projects. But I would not anything against Councilmember McAllister, but I would like to prioritize my dear council members who are going to be gone in 2 years. These are existing projects. They have been asking for it for a decent while, and so I would love to move them forward. All of them. So I even Councilmember McAllister, just moving forward.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'll share. I will also be supporting all of these insofar as we're advancing them to the stage where staff will conduct additional analysis and then return to us with recommendations. I'm grateful to you, Mayor, for including the update to the Race Equity and Inclusion Action Plan. I know that's something that has been in our work plan for a little while. But I did want to share some quick remarks regarding my two suggestions here, but I'll also include item 14, since all three are related. The organization, the City of Mountain View, has changed a lot in the last 5 years. The pandemic certainly had a big impact, but that's not the only reason that the city has needed to evolve. There's been a considerable number of bills passed by the state legislature, signed into law by the governor, that has changed the way we do our regular municipal business, and especially in the context of development. And so what I've workshopped with staff over the past several weeks is thinking about sort of the three primary regulatory paradigms that we operate under. The most important is the charter, and then the municipal code, which is a much more substantial body of work. And then there are some other documents that are important that are much more in the day-to-day realm. But the overriding consideration is if we don't take the time, if we don't give staff the time to prioritize updating these, then it is the easiest thing to deprioritize. And I don't have any, just to be very clear, I'm not recommending any particular or specific changes. The recommendations that I would seek are or should be informed by staff. And in fact, for the ballot, I asked staff to, since they've been thinking about this for a little while, it was in our prior work plan before the council removed it later in that cycle. Staff had been preparing some suggested modifications, most of which are fairly small but important. So we have, for instance, public works contracting requirements or regulations in the charter that constrain us. And one recommendation that staff could offer is to take it out of the charter and put it in the municipal code instead, so that way we can operate more flexibly. And then there are smaller things like all of the reading I did is required by the charter. We have to read into the record the titles of all resolutions and ordinances. There aren't that many jurisdictions that require it, but our charter requires us to read it. And it's sometimes over the course of a meeting, that might be minutes of reading that we don't really have to do. The charter also requires our city manager to be a man. So that's something that we might want to think about updating. So there's a whole series of things that we might want to, elevate, since if we don't take the time to do so, I'm not confident that there will be a council member in the near future who will want to prioritize this the way I've been trying. Same with the municipal code. Again, I'm not suggesting any particular outcomes, but I was made aware that I appreciate Mr. Brown's the observations he shared. But we also have in the municipal code, I think, 2 separate articles related to central purchasing systems that are, sorry? It did. Okay. Well, it still exists, right? The article, there are still 2 separate articles that speak to the same thing that are slightly different. They're not identical. And it might be, it's the kind of thing that I think, you had shared, that Don Cameron had been sharing. Yes, this is something that we really need to fix, and was never fixed because it was never anyone's priority. So what I've suggested for these 2, and then also for Project ID 14, is for staff to basically, if the council is saying, we want you to carve out some time to fix some of these things that you've identified as worthy of updates, but haven't had the time to actually pursue, since the council has required you to focus on other things, and then get back to us with recommendations to help update a lot of these important regulations, or the things that help the city operate efficiently and effectively. So that's my quick pitch, and I'm looking forward to elevating these projects that are under consideration right now. Thank you.
Councilmember McAllister.
I'll take the opportunity to explain mine. Vice Mayor, I did explain it to her. So the reason I'm looking at implementing smart water meters is something that we can do rarely quickly, but it's something about 4 or 5 years ago we had a drought, and we really didn't have a mechanism to see where the water was going, how to control it, how to penalize somebody if they were doing something, how quickly we can react. And everything I'm looking for is, like, the broadband was necessary because COVID showed how there was a deficiency and how it helped the people in the city. Smart water is going to help us when we had our drought. That will help us figure out how we can save water. And that's something that I'm looking forward to. And then when we get to the roads, it's something that our roads have been eroding. And I'll save that for that. But that's why the smart meter is in there. It is something that help us with our water management. And again, let's see what we can. And it's something that should be done. Something, if we do put in our broadband, and then we'll have our AI, artificial intelligence, we'll be able to maybe potentially save some costs. If I'm not mistaken, we still have people going to the water meters and reading them one at a time. So we could be something along PG&E, which has a smart meter, and it could be saving some money. So that's why that was in there.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm kind of the philosophy that Councilmember Ramirez is apparently has spoken of, that I'm probably going to vote to advance all of these, or all of them, because people have advanced or put down a limited number of projects. So I feel that I can do that. I don't fully understand all of these, though. So since I'm going to be voting for them, I want to know a little more what they are. And excuse my naivety. So smart water meters, is this something you put on everyone's house? Who puts it on?
No, it's replacing your existing water meter. Just like when they came out, when PG&E came out and put on smart meters.
Physically, who would do the replacement?
I see staff joining.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How does it work?
Yeah, good evening again. So right now, we actually have a smart meter project in progress. We were successful in obtaining about a $9 million, round numbers, about a $9 million grant from Valley Water. We matched with about $1 million of our own funds, and we're going to seek another $1 million or so in grant funding, again, from Valley Water to basically replace all of the old, I'll call them like dial type meters in the ground to twofold. So there'll be radio read meters. So as a meter reader, they can just simply drive by in their car and aim a device at the meter and get a reading. So they won't have to physically exit the car, lift the meter lid, with the hook, read the dial by hand, log it in their tablet or their book or however they do it. So it'll be a lot more efficient for collecting the data. Another component of smart water meters is that, potentially it can be connected to an app so that if you're a homeowner and you want to see how your water consumption is doing comparative to last year or last month or last week, you would have that instantaneous data. There could be a component to the smart water meters where it could have some sort of leak detection that would tell you, oh, there's some sort of a spike happening right now in the water consumption on your property. Maybe you, as a homeowner, should look into it. So, right now we're pretty early on with the project. We are at the very early phases. A consultant has been retained to kind of survey all of what we have meter-wise throughout the city and really take the best use of that $10 million and stretch it as far as we can to get as much bang for our buck, so to speak, with the money that we have available for this program.
Thank you. So it would be extending or enlarging the program we're already in the middle of?
Yeah. Okay. Sort of an existing one, but if we have a drought, it'd be nice to have some more.
Thank you very much. And then the other one is updating the Race Equity and Inclusion Action Plan. I'm just wondering, given that there's federally, there have been some big changes, and I'm wondering if whether you could describe a little how you might want to update it relevant to our changing times.
So, and I think, I can't remember if I brought this up during the legislative priorities, but I'm happy to speak to this existing item. So in 2020, I was the chair of the ad hoc Race, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, and we have talked about putting forward the this plan. And I think now, given what we're seeing on the federal level in particular, is having a special focus on how we're dovetailing our legislative priorities as it supports our community for all efforts in the current climate. So that's what I was thinking about. So we have had many community members, particularly this weekend, reaching out to, I think, the majority of council, asking how we can show our commitment to the diverse and multicultural community that we have in Mountain View, and how we can make people feel supported in this very uncertain time. And so that is what I'm thinking about. I know that we're doing that. We've been having our budget with our equity-based budgeting with the equity lens. So to me, it's just a way to think of if there's anything that we can do, particularly as we adopted our legislative priorities, that could fold in.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
If there are 4 votes to advance everything, then my comments are irrelevant. I support 3 of them. So if we end up voting individually, then great. If there are 4 votes to just advance things, then that's fine too. But
Well, I think if we'd like to take a straw poll on each one, we can do that. If you would like to move forward the existing project balance and then get into the further refinement of the project list on the 22nd of April, we can also do that. I think for me, the the expand access to broadband citywide, and then the smart water meter sounds like projects we're already doing. So I don't know if any further elevation would expedite them any faster, but maybe when staff comes back on the 22nd, I can hear that answer and then decide if I want to elevate them. That's what I was thinking. I don't know if those are the projects you were thinking about eliminating, but that's my thought process. So. Okay, so it sounds like there's a council. It sounded like there was a council majority to move forward all of the existing projects. Just one moment, Councilmember McAllister. City Manager McCarthy's in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So you may want to just get confirmation from everyone on whether folks are comfortable advancing these 5. But the other question that I had was to clarify about number 8, if you all want to also include the revenue measure in 26 as part of that, because I would just edit that one as well. I think I seem to hear more than majority interest, so just
yes. Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So if the council wants to explore a revenue measure, I don't have a problem doing that. But I care about the charter amendment, and I'm not going to run that campaign. So I hope one of you will step up and talk to wonderful community members like Mr. Zaorski, who, in addition to getting 30 to 35% of Measure G, also got 30 to 35% of the rest of my life. So you are welcome to take that on, but I'm not going to do it.
Great, thank you. All right, well, perhaps we can see the existing project list, and then those council members who are in support of at least further exploration of the existing projects, let's just do a straw poll and you can raise your hand. Does that sound good? All right. These are the projects, and thank you to staff who is editing in real time. So all those in favor of these existing projects coming back on the 22nd for further analysis. That looks like it's like 6.5. So, all right. Then we can move on to the final grouping, which is new projects that were each submitted by a single council member. These are listed in alphabetical order by council member. Each council member will have, okay, so this is where the 3 minutes comes in. This is when each council member will have 3 minutes to present each of their projects in this last grouping, to be followed by council questions. When all projects have been discussed, I will take separate straw polls on each project. And I think, the idea with the 3 minutes is that staff will come back with further analysis. So there may be a lot of questions on the item, but just to not get too deep in the weeds, it's just, do we want to have it explored? And then we'll decide on April 22nd. So Councilmember Hicks, do you mind if you go first?
Sure, I'll be out of breath by the time I'm done. So project number 10 is establishing design standards for streamlined and improved project development. As the title says, it's mainly about streamlining, getting our projects through more quickly by defining clear standards for those projects. And this is, I guess, inspired in part by the Matrix study, which is I guess probably all council members know is a broad project streamlining study, and one part of it I think should be to have clear design standards. I also think it's a project that can make YIMBY and livability activists both happy, which is a rare type of project, for me, it underlines my belief that we can become both a denser and more livable city at the same time. So what I see it as is what is very similar to something that I worked with when I worked in planning in the city of San Jose, where when I would go over projects in a particular area, we had a design guidebook already developed for us. And it didn't take away from my creativity. I think that city planners should be are creative people and should be, but it allowed me to look through the design guidelines that had already been considered by the city and see which ones would apply to a particular project, and then I would speak to the developer about that particular set of guidelines. So to me, it was really helpful. It got updated over time. I don't know whether it was annually or every other year. And I have to say, when I went to the unveiling or the ribbon cutting of the Avell Apartments by Saris Regis, some developers and architects and landscapers who I admire were there, and they said they would really like something like that, to have something ahead of time. They know in the beginning what's expected of them, and they would also like to be considered some of the stakeholders who would help develop guidelines. I think the developers of that project do a pretty good job, and they were very excited about they're excited about the design of their project, and they're excited about what they've learned and how to do things better, and would like to have some input about modern technology and so forth. But I want to draw to your attention that also Ms. Kay, Melanie Kay, who was with us earlier tonight speaking about historic preservation, this should also appeal to people in that vein, because you can also do historic guidelines. And also the Chamber of Commerce has highlighted it as one of the projects that they support, because it is something that can make our downtown more vibrant and be a part of our economic vitality strategy. So that is that project, and you can ask me any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. And I see someone in the queue already, Councilmember McAllister.
Well, I was just going to expand on my project. So if you still have 11 and 12 to go if you wanted to.
I do.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you had a question for her because your hand was.
So piloting an autonomous vehicle shuttle. Now, of the 3 projects I'm proposing here, this is the one that I am least married to. I have to say I've had, over the past day or so, I've had very robust discussion with a bunch of people in the community. So the reason I proposed it, and that was with members of the community as well, the reason I proposed it is that I would like AVs to go in the direction of mass transit rather than more and more vehicles on the street. At the same time, and members of the public forwarded me a lot of pilot autonomous vehicle projects that are going on. There was one at the Presidio, and there happens to be one at my mother's retirement village in Walnut Creek that's coming up. But what I'm seeing, and they're getting sizable grants to run these pilots, and they're running them with small buses, like mini buses. They're pretty interesting, but I'm not sure it's exactly the right time. The one at the Presidio ran into a lot of problems with LIDAR and so forth, and they're mostly happening in places with less traffic on the street than we have. So if people wanted to put it forward, that would be fine, but I would also be fine with taking this one off the list. And although I do want it to happen at some point. And then the project number 12 is develop a downtown vacant storefront window display and pop-up program. So this is something that we've tossed around a bunch of times, whether we should have a vacancy tax, whether we should do pop-ups and window displays. And I think also the downtown committee and the Chamber of Commerce have talked about it as well. There was recently a retail survey done about, and part of it was about why the downtown properties were not, some of them are not renting out. And there were some suggestions for reconfiguring the space, all things that we won't be doing immediately. and that I think may alleviate the vacancies. So I would prefer not to do a vacancy tax, but do what the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Committee have been talking about alternative ways of activating those spaces, which I think can make a big difference and we could do in the short term. So that is that project.
Great, thank you. Do council members have any questions of these projects? Councilmember Clark.
For the design guidelines, I guess I'm very supportive in concept. I think it's a matter of how it's implemented. So if I would be very supportive if it's, develop design guidelines, they're updated pretty frequently so they don't get stale and we don't end up producing products that are, look like they should have been developed 10 years ago. But also, if you follow these guidelines, you have a more streamlined process. But I would want to make sure that you don't have to follow the guidelines if you're okay with some level of additional review. Because what I really don't want is for every new development to pretty much look the same. And I realize they won't all look exactly the same, but I worry that policymakers are not necessarily the best at design and architecture. And so what I want to make sure is that there's a release, or there's some way for someone to go outside that process as long as they're willing to face a little bit of additional review and scrutiny. But if you follow the design guidelines and all these other things, you have an expedited review. And I didn't know if that was the intent or if the intent is like everyone shall follow the design guidelines or else.
So I would be open to that if current legislation allows more meetings. To be honest with you, the main reason that I wanted to put this forward is that we have a lot of community meetings, and what I see happening is that very frequently people are asking for the very same things at with every project, but they don't realize the project is real until deeply, deeply into the project. So if we were just able to tell developers, here are the top 10 things that our community always says, but tell them at the beginning rather than after they've done all their architectural work, I think that would really streamline things and make the community happier. Because developers have told me, if you told us just paint every project blue, which we should not do, but they would be happy to do it. They don't care. They just don't like to be told at the last minute when they've already put all the time and money into the design. I think you're right, how it would be implemented is, I think that's one of the questions, and maybe it would be in certain areas and roll out over time, I don't know, but I think that's for staff to tell us.
Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. When project number 10, is another question on that. I remember, was it last year or was it already this year? The San Antonio. Last year. Days blend. The San Antonio project. I remember there was a question in the submitted questions ahead of time, and then I remember reading it and bringing it back up to staff, where there was some sort of like recess window requirement, and we didn't know if it was in the code, we didn't know if it was in the precise plan. Like having that easily available for developers ahead of time to know all the requirements, that it's not this game of bring me a shrubbery from Monty Python kind of thing, is I think would also, I'm hoping that's part of this project.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, when I went to the Saris Regis project opening, they talked in great detail about whether their windows should be punched out or punched in, but how important it is to a project.
Any other questions of the 3 new projects presented by Councilmember Hicks? Yes, Councilmember Shelton.
I was wondering about the window display and pop-up. That seems to me to be a possibility for a lot of volunteer involvement. Who do you think would do the pop-ups? How would that work?
So I would like to hear from staff what they think would be easiest to implement, but I think we could get, community groups could advertise, whether it be CSMA or our theater or even high school events. There could be a number of different, maybe they have thoughts, or maybe staff has thoughts on this one.
We do have thoughts. Hi, Amanda Rotella, Acting Economic Vitality Manager. So as you mentioned, this did come up in the downtown committee meeting, and I know that they have a lot of ideas. When we think about this, some of the partners we've thought about bringing on would be like the Mountain View Historical Association, potentially working with artists. We've talked about doing sort of some just general branding in the downtown and working on some vinyl wraps that could incorporate some key messaging and key visuals. One of the challenges with this, there's sort of what we as the city, what is within our control, and then really needing that property owner partnership to get access to the windows and permission and, clear up some of the liability. So there's a couple of different ways that we could approach it. And we would look forward to bringing back a couple of options. And like, as I said, the downtown committee's eager to sink their teeth into this. So that would be a good starting place for this work.
Great, thank you. All right, I know he's been eagerly awaiting Councilmember McAllister.
A couple of thoughts on Councilmember Hicks' things. Chris and I, if Chris remembers, about 6 years ago, before some of you were on the council, Ken Rosenberg and all, we were looking at apartment complexes, and they seemed to be all looking alike. And so we were pushing to get developers to do something different. So it's just going along with what was mentioned about, cookie cutter, that is a concern, because we took a lot of time to say, no, you don't have to look all alike. So that was something. Number 10 will tie into number 13, which is my project. So the reason I it calls the Increase the Pavement Condition Index. So when I was running for council, I said, we got to get our roads squared away. I mean, El Camino was out of our control, but we finally got along. You look at Miramani, you look at the crosswalks, you look at a lot of the streets, they're all potholed, they're bumpy, and we have to spend the money on it. So the reason why I say 71, if we get our index to 70 and above, the money that we collect, right now, any money that we get from the state or the county, we have to put it into the roads. But if we get it up to above 70, then we have discretion on how that money is spent, and it can be used for other transportation projects. So your autonomous vehicle, if you were looking for a grant, we would have discretionary money for transportation to take care of that. And also when people are talking about roads, I'm talking about convenience, better, less greenhouse gases because cars aren't going to be bumping around, less congestion hopefully, better maintenance on your cars, and it just indirectly gives a better quality of life. Because if I go on down Miramani every day, and I know there was a lot of construction going on that road, and they're still, they're sort of, I'll ask maybe with Public Works, but it looks like they're doing some patchwork on it, or I don't know if that's getting ready to rehold the pavement. But the whole point is, we with the pandemic, we weren't reinvesting back into the city on our infrastructure. And this is one where people talk a lot about as the roads are in bad shape. So that's why I put that in there. I know it's an existing project. In fact, all three of my items are pretty much existing programs, but I like to see us bump it up so that we do have the ability to use the extra funds to take care of transportation or to do shuttles and so forth like that. But again, quality of life, shuttles, more money.
Any questions for this item? All right, we'll move on to Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke to this so I'll, in the prior batch, so I'll be very brief. Again, this is intended to be staff-driven, but more importantly, what we would be conveying to staff is that we really do value the time that they spend updating documents that are important, but it's sort of like cleaning your attic. If you don't take the time to do it, it'll never get done. And some of these things, the longer we wait, the more time staff ends up having to spend on the back end fixing things. And as an example, I'll give the resolutions with conditions of approval. Some of those conditions may have made sense 6 years ago, but there's been a lot of change in state law that has made it increasingly challenging to enforce the conditions as they're drafted. So every single time a new development comes up, staff has to go and correct those conditions. So those are the kinds of things that would be addressed here. There are also council policies that were probably good and well intentioned and made sense in the 80s and don't make sense today. So it's giving staff the direction to prioritize and carve out some time and space to look back and find those kinds of regulations or regulatory documents that they've already identified as needing some updates or improvements, and then elevating that merits priority at least for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Councilmember McAllister has a question.
Yeah, Councilmember Ramirez, you are on the Council Policies and Procedure Committee. Could that be addressed, some of those things addressed there, and that could be done sooner than later?
Well, so council policies is one example, but so yes, but even then, the Council Policies and Procedures Committee met, I think, twice or maybe 3 times last year, and it's constrained still by staff capacity. Right? I think staff would like to prioritize the updates of some of the council policies that really don't make sense anymore or are unenforceable, but it's not their priority to schedule time and poll us and find out when we're available to make those updates. So it may mean, at staff's discretion, a few additional CPPC meetings, but I would not dictate that, right at this point. I would say, please let us know what you think requires priority attention. And if that includes council policies, then while I'm on the committee, I'm more than happy to make the time to fix those problems.
Well, so you have 2 new members on that committee, myself and Councilmember Clark. But wouldn't it be wise that you're asking for policy changes? So how can you give it to staff to say, we recommend these changes when they're your changes? So wouldn't you like to, in that particular part of your plan, to be part of the solution and say, here's what I like to see changed, so that it would be efficient instead of having staff go looking through it to say, here's what we could clean up?
The vast majority of the policy changes that I've observed over the past 10 years or so are staff-driven changes, right? So I think Grace had mentioned in a prior item changes to the policy that governs reserves. That wasn't something that we said, you need to do, staff. Staff came to us with some priority changes that needed to be made. But they don't have so much time that they could do that regularly. So what I would suggest is, and I'm going to seek some help from staff on this, what I think the priority would, and again, it's not just council policies.
Well, that's all, I'm just concentrating on council policies.
Which is reasonable and fair, right? So what I would say is, I'm not saying that we need to update any particular policy, but there may be a policy that staff has flagged. One thing that keeps getting delayed is the ticket, amphitheater ticket stuff. It's that one's done too? Okay. But there have been things that have been delayed over the years because it was important, but never a priority. So it would be, if staff says, we've looked through the council policies and none of them need any change at all, then that would be fine. But it would be giving them the time and latitude to elevate to us changes within any of the council policies or eliminations of policies that really don't make sense anymore.
Great. City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to add on to what Councilmember Ramirez was saying, so another example that I think is a really great example that has really helped the organization and helped with our efficiency is CPPC, and we talked about it with CPPC members and staff driven. We amended the policy for the purchasing requirements and the authority levels of not just myself, but also the department heads, and really tried to align some outdated and old standards with new standards that have really, I think, helped us be more efficient, which has in turn helped your calendar and what has to come to you all on consent versus what you get as kind of every 6 month like update. So there are things like that that I think we can look at. And if you all advance this is something that staff can analyze and bring back. We do have a list of possible items that would fit with this item. So I do think we have plenty of things that we're already thinking of that we might be able to do over. I don't think there's like 50 things, but there's enough to where I think we could make a good difference in helping be a more efficient and effective organization. And this is all part of the continuous improvement efforts as well. So if that helps.
I have a question, Councilmember Ramirez. I think it's my time to get creative on this, on your item. So as part of the update to council policies, one of the things that I think that we're trying to get to is just kind of enhancement to meetings and particularly council meetings. One of the things I've tried to bring up to staff separately is the potential for live AI translation. So this is something that happens in the city of San Jose, with which you work. It happens in the city of Sunnyvale and many of our other local municipalities within Santa Clara County, where they have, it's called Wordly.ai. And during your council meeting, the screen, should we need, you can input a language that's needed, and it can do live translation without necessarily needing to have an interpreter on site. And while I'm always happy to try to, summarize and interpret on the fly, as I did earlier today, it just made me think about how this could be something timely for our meetings. So I don't know if that could be something that staff could at least look into in terms of like updating our council policy to enabling it, if you'd be open to that.
So absolutely. I was,
or maybe you could speak to your experience in the, yeah.
Well, I think the example that you gave is very important, right? The burden shouldn't fall on you to provide, on the fly translation. That's not an easy thing to do. But it's also not always possible to have an interpreter, available, right? And especially, we're very fortunate that, you were in a position to do that for Olga, but what if you weren't here, right? Or what if none of us spoke Spanish? So I agree. I think that would be, consistent with this priority if it is elevated, and I would absolutely support that work.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. This is a project that could be really big or very narrow, and I am happy with however that will turn out. But there was a reason why I marked this under the category of good governance, and not quality of life. It could fall into both categories, but the reason why I focus more on governance is because I do want to focus on, for a lack of a better term, getting out of the way of making things happen. And so I really wanted to focus on volunteer groups. I know that there was the comment letter from Livable Mountain View, and they were asking like, what groups? I know Councilmember McAllister always jokes to how much I do love my advocacy groups. I really do. But this is actually not for them. This is for groups, usually nonprofits, that have really heavy interaction with staff because they have to. So I think about, we got our public commenter last year from Guardian, and I know there was a lot of stuff going around about the burrowing owls, but how they lost essentially, they used to be able to volunteer more at North Bay Shore, and it got cut down due to things happening. But also, we can't treat our volunteers as an extra bonus. They're integral to how we do stuff in our city. I think about the Mountain View Historical Association. When I was on the board, you used to be able to just talk to any librarian on duty and be like, I want access to the history room. And they would just give it. Obviously, that can't be something like going into the future too much, that anyone could just show up saying, I'm Historical Association, just like give you access to like a locked room in a city building. But we need to think about how some of these groups, they may have long histories of working with the city, or they're maybe relatively new. I think about the pollinator habitat, how much time they wanted to expand to other pollinator, to create more pollinator habitats. And that requires like contracts with the city. I believe that Green Spaces isn't the nonprofit that actually, it's the bird one that the city actually contracts with, but that those kinds of groups that have direct access to the city. And essentially, I'm putting this on here, similar to how Councilmember Ramirez was like, if we don't make it a priority, it's kind of on the back burner. And I just want to give staff the opportunity to have more time, give staff time to make these things happen.
Thank you. Do colleagues have questions? Not seeing any. We will move on to our last new item from Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, well, this is one that we've all gotten lots of mail about. This isn't the kind of thing that I think you sort of expect to get from me, because I'm not really a sports person. And I've talked a lot all the time about environmental issues and about housing, which were the other two projects that I put forward. But this one, I decided to put forward from the viewpoint of community. And I really have been convinced over time that the pickleball, people who play pickleball in our community are forming a community. They get together, they are friends, they support one another. And that's very important for all of our mental health. Also, a couple weeks ago, we were hearing from the Heart Association, and one of the take-home messages I got when I had heart problems was, whatever you do, you need to have 30 minutes of heart-healthy exercise every day. All of us, every day, 7 days a week, all the time. And, you know, our recreation facilities, of course, should help the members of our community do that. And so those were the two reasons, all the community building and the health, that I wanted to bring this forward. Everyone seems to agree that the tennis community and the pickleball community, that these are both great things, and we want to have facilities for both of them on a permanent basis. And so the rec department set up some interim facilities, and they are working to a certain degree, but after they've been set up and working for a while, the pickleball people have had some tweaks that they'd made. And really, that's what this is about. This isn't to say, this is about, can we perhaps increase the time that they have on the shared tennis court. They have different hours. They have these two tennis courts that they share, as I understand it. The hours are different. And it's a little confusing. So for instance, if the hours were made to be the same. Then there's also the issue of, there's another tennis court that they can use some of the time. I'm not sure I really understand how that works, but apparently a lot of times there'll be two tennis players who knock out 4 or 8 pickleball players, and that just kind of seems unfair. On the other hand, another thing I thought was interesting was the tennis community uses this facility for tournaments. That's a big deal. You plan those tournaments years in advance. So I can imagine that in this interim program, we would also want the pickleball community to say, okay, when those tournaments are going on for the next year and a half or 2 years before we get the permanent facilities built, we'll just give it back to the tennis people for those, for those few weekends. So those are the kind of things that I would hope we could work out. And I really think it could be done fairly straightforwardly. Does anybody have any questions?
Councilmember McAllister.
So, Pat, I have this memo from the Park and Rec on the 21st about pickleball feasibility study and updates. Had you got a chance to see that? Because it looks like they're working on it right now.
They are working on it, and that's great. Yeah.
But is yours different than this?
Not necessarily, no. I don't think they mentioned specifically in there changing the hours, which is something that I've heard is complicated.
Councilmember Hicks.
Maybe you answered my question already. So you're seeing this as tweaks, and it could be as small as what I've heard a lot of pickleball players in particular saying, just changing the hours is one example of what a tweak could be. It could be something that simple, if that would be an interim solution. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions related to this item? Okay. All right. I don't necessarily have a question, but I think since staff is here, if it's all right, staff can share. My understanding was that there was already a plan. And so I guess if you could share, perhaps the question is, if there's already a plan, would doing an interim plan, would they run in tandem? Would one be before the other? And
good evening, John Marchant, Community Services Director. As Councilman McAllister mentioned, we do have a feasibility study currently in place. We had taken some initial recommendations to the Parks and Recreation Commission, of which they in turn provided some recommendations to forward to City Council. Before City staff brings that recommendation to Council, we are looking at some new opportunities to add to that feasibility study, some new properties that we've acquired during that time that we have been going to the PRC and through that process. So we are looking for both an opportunity for both possibly an interim and long-term solution through that process. And so I believe the process we're going through right now is very similar to what Councilmember Showalter is looking for. It's just a matter of a different approach of trying to do it at Rangsdorf compared to looking a little more holistically at some other properties.
Great, thank you for that clarification. All right, so I believe for these items, we will need to take a straw poll on each project. If there's any discussion, or perhaps we could just go through the list. Great, all right. And this is just the straw poll is just to see if you would be amenable to elevating it for further study. So to establish design standards for streamline and improve project development. Okay, that looks unanimous. Pilot an autonomous vehicle AV shuttle. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 4? What you got? Okay, 4. Develop a downtown vacant storefront window display and pop-up program. Okay, that looks unanimous. Increase the pavement condition index to 71. All right. Okay, well, I'll just say unanimous. Okay, update council policies, legislative contract templates, and other documents. Okay, that looks like 5. Create a framework to support volunteer organizations working with the city. Okay, that looks like 5. Implement an interim pickleball plan. 5. Okay. All right. I think that staff took note of all of that. And if you don't mind, would staff please display the current project list reflecting council's edits, if any, and the results of the straw polls?
We have updated the projects to include on Project 4 that would be part of the decarbonization strategy. We've included in Project 8 that it would be also inclusive of a revenue measure. There were many other notes that we took that we will take into consideration in the analysis of projects for potential scope adjustments, but those were the only edits. We did take notes but did not put them on the slides. As for the straw polls, all of them got majority support. Right. And I've been informed by the city clerk that it would be appropriate at this point to have a motion and a second and a vote on the entire list as was just displayed on the screen.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, I just had two quick questions related to that, and then we can, I'll support the motion, obviously. For the payment condition, I assume part of the analysis would be what that would cost, and, okay, yeah. So that way we can figure out what the trade-offs would need to be. And then quiet zones were brought up, but I know we talked about that with our legislative advocacy session and some other things. So I think it sounds like that's already kind of in motion behind the scenes. I know there's not a lot that we can do directly, but it sounds like we're taking some steps.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Clark. So this issue was also raised at the Bike Ped Advisory Committee, and this is on staff's radar, in particular related to the Caltrain horn noise. So there were prior issues related to the VTA noise. So there have been cities that have been able to implement quiet zones for Caltrain, and so I think this can be something that staff is looking at, and likely through one of the advisory bodies.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Showalter, thank you for the motion. I think you're going to need to.
I guess I would like to move the list of projects, and I would also like to say we went pretty quickly through the council strategies, and we have a great set of council strategies, and I just wanted to bring that up again as we get to this list of projects, that these really reflect our values, these council strategies, and that's a big deal. That's a very big deal, particularly in the current political process, and how we are going to carry out these council strategies is what this list is. So this is a really important meeting, and I'm very pleased to make this motion.
Great. So Councilmember Showalter has made a motion, seconded by Councilmember Ramirez. So I think we're ready to vote. Great, and that passes unanimously. And I do want to thank staff very much for this streamlined process. This is the third time I've been doing this, and I feel like this is the most efficient council's ever been in terms of doing the work plan items. So thank you very much to staff. So we'll move on to item 8, which are council, staff, and committee reports. And I just ask, as people are leaving, if you don't mind just not talking, thank you, so that we can do our council committee reports. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay. Well, one thing I wanted to share with everybody is that on the day after our last meeting, I guess it was the 11th or the 12th, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy meeting, and we had a particularly good presentation on the impacts that Silicon Valley Clean Energy's program is having. And it was quite a long presentation, like 28 pages or 26 pages, but full of infographics. But if you're really interested in what has been what we've accomplished through this collaboration to get clean energy and to use some of the money that we're able to make off of that process to make things better. If you're really interested in that, this is a great thing to see. And along those lines, I've requested that this presentation be made at a sustainability committee meeting. So it's going to come forward, but probably a little shorter version. And then I wanted to mention that I myself and Vice Mayor Ramos attended the Youth Climate Summit on Sunday in Cupertino, and it was very inspiring to see all the excitement of the youth and their real interest in making sure that the planet we leave them is a healthy one where they can thrive. I also that day went to the special swearing-in ceremony for Sam Liccardo, and that was held at the Computer History Museum, and that was Anna Issue swore him in. So it was really very much a passing of the guard, and he gave a great speech, and so we're looking forward to working with our new congressman. And then today I attended a symposium at Stanford Law School that was hosted by our State Senator Josh Becker, and it was on the new administration, new legal landscape, and navigating emerging legal issues between California and the federal government. And that was really an interesting series of panels. One was on the environment, one was on reproductive rights, one was on immigration, and one was on civil rights. One thing I would like to share with people is that Stanford Law School has put together a thing called the Immigration Policy Tracking Tool. I think it's immigrationpolicytracking.com. And it basically lists the policies that have come out from the federal government that are relative to immigration issues. And people might find it interesting, and they keep it up. As you know, there's been quite a churn of these things over the last few weeks, and we don't know when that's going to end. So I think that will be an interesting tool for people to take advantage of. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I want to share that I attended the Cities Association. We had our Legislative Action Committee meeting on the 13th, where we heard from Assemblymember Patrick Ahrens, and then we talked about what the legislative platform will be for the grouping of the Cities Association for the year. Then there was the board meeting after that. And then last week on the 20th and the 21st, I attended the League of California Cities Board of Directors meeting in Rancho Cucamonga. We got an update from the governor's office on what can be expected, or I guess not expected, as part of his budget this year. And we talked about the 4 priorities of the League and Cal Cities, and the annual City Summit is coming up in April, and they're keen in keeping an eye on the legislation coming out, since bill deadline was last Friday. Any other colleagues have any committee reports that they would like to share? Okay, then I will move on to item 9, which is adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on Thursday, March 13th at 2025. This meeting is adjourned at 10:54 p.m. Have a good night.